hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Oh, jeez. Almost there. I'm so tired recently. I think my just like internal clock is very slowly shifting to like Hawaiian time. I don't even know why. I get so tired right after work. Oh, hello, voice JK. Hello, hello. Long time no quack. How have you been? I am working on. Hold on, let me switch the scene, send it. It's beautiful. I'm working on this thing. So I did write my own custom project manager that allows for just sliding in plugins whenever you want. And then, also, give me one sec. I need to caffeinate in the worst way possible. Oh baby, listen to that energy drink sizzle. I've been sleeping for like, you know, consuming this amount of caffeine is also probably attributing to my rapidly deteriorating sleep cycle. 100% acknowledge that, but you know how it do. Yeah, check this out. I got more proficient in Python. Nice. Python, one of the best things you could learn as a new programmer, especially one that's not learning programming from school. Probably one of the best ones, along with JavaScript. Because Python and JavaScript, both pretty simple to learn for beginners, and also pretty forgiving. So nice. Also check this out. Boom. Look at this. This is just the default Godot icon. I'm actually not sure what's gonna happen if this, if I start editing this, but check this out. So this is the potato icon. So what I am doing is I'm loading in the selected resource as an editable texture, and so we can start drawing on it like so. So there's our little face, very Undertale-like. Right, and then once we hit Control S, boom, wow. What happened? Oh my god. Did we just edit this in the editor without needing to bring this out into an external sprite editor? Yes, yes we did. And so you can do things like adjust the tool size. Oh, well, I've just completely ruined it at this point. Undo redo isn't yet implemented, but we're getting there. But it is like very fast though, so that's the upside. Python at school now? Oh, okay, there we go. I'm almost done with it. It's been 13 days. Nice. Yeah, the way that people try to kind of structurally teach programming is pretty slow. I think it's hard to do so, right? Because programming is mostly just like logic. So it's like, how do you teach people logic? You won? Thank you, thank you. No, you. Yeah, here we are. Let's close this. I do need to make it so your input is captured, or I guess your input is not just captured, but it's only captured in that one scene, because I feel like right now it's a bit too eager to take input. So what if I make it unhandled input? So this will still work, like externally. No, it won't. Excuse me. Let's see, ignore. Ignore. This one should be taking the inputs. Is anything else? So this one should be, yeah, let me think. Let me think. It's eagerly evaluating the inputs, but I feel like I need it to eagerly evaluate. But at the same time, if I click on something else, it should not propagate. Let's get this working externally first. So standalone mode. So this still works, just not able to draw. And then these GUI inputs also work. So why is that? Why is that? So menu bar, toolbar. I guess this might be part of it. You can just set this to ignore. I mean, this doesn't affect anything in the big script editor, but it's just nice to have. All right. So it must be something when we instantiate everything then. It's like, I want this to be unhandled inputs. So this runs after just the regular input functions, so that the intention is that you're able to do like this. You're able to scroll, or you're able to click and drag without actually also drawing to this part of the screen. It's like I just need to change the order in which inputs are processed. I'm not sure where to do that. Handle input locally. What does handle input locally do? I've looked this up several times, but I don't usually need to mess with this. Handle input locally. Alright, that's good. No description. I didn't need it anyways. Let's see. Disable input, no. That's not what we want. Object picking, technically that's what we want, but I'm not doing that anyways. But yeah. I think also, boys JK, is that the other somewhat impressive part about this is that this is not using any built-in camera stuff. So it's basically my own camera that's been injected into the editor. I'm just trying to figure out why something is blocking my inputs if I only have this as unhandled inputs. You know, I'm JK boys. Well, it has been a while. It has been a while, and your name does display as reversed. I apologize, JK boys. Sorry. You know, there are lots of people come through, come by. I can do my best, but you know, if you drop off the face of the earth for a little bit, I don't think I can be held responsible for not remembering your name, but I apologize nevertheless. Alright, I have my account locked out. Well, and also, like, apparently still continued to be locked out, so yeah. It's like I recognize enough characters in your name to know who you are. But it's like, I don't know, is that the correct order of the words? Maybe, I don't know. I'm not the kind of person who worries too much about that kind of stuff. Yeah, if you tell me a piece of information and I have no reason to believe it's wrong, then, you know, that piece of information is now truth. So whatever your name displays is, you know, and if it's bit a bit, then it might as well be correct. I'm very malleable in that aspect. I need this to be unhandled input, but whenever I change it to unhandled input, I start losing all my input. Let's see. Because otherwise, it's just taking too much. Because otherwise, it's still drawing on the canvas, even though I'm, you know, like selecting menu options. So I need this to render last, but I'm not sure why it's not allowing me to render it or handle the input last. I'm not sure why it's not allowing me to handle the input last. Maybe this one should stop input, and then we can start intercepting it. Nope. Let's see. Handle input locally. Nope. I wish there was a good way to turn on, like, which thing is consuming your input and then doing nothing with it. Right, because in this scene, right, there should only be 3 things that are being instantiated and then, like, slapped into the scene. So there's technically 4 things. So there's the toolbar control, the menu bar control, and then the actual toolbar and menu bar. But these should not be consuming inputs. Okay. Ignore. And then ignore. Yeah. H-split container should be consuming input, otherwise it won't be able to read this stuff, so that's good. Okay, making progress. Let's see, maybe these controls should also have their inputs disabled as well. So toolbar control, so these are just setting the margins and stuff. Control, let's see, mouse filter is equal to control mouse filter ignore. Okay, that's a good one. Nothing. So the reason for that is we're listening for inputs here. Maybe we're just filtering it out really, really early. Maybe. Let's print all events and see if we get anything. Wiggled my mouse all over the screen. That's tough. That's tough. So another thing I could do is just manually process inputs, but then I would need to check for, like I can manually pull for input instead of using the built-in input handler. It's slightly more inefficient, but would help me get around this, but then I still need to check to see if the mouse is within, like, this control. But then I need to check to see if this mouse is within this control by not overlapping any other control. So it's a bit tougher. Well, if we're doing that, we might as well keep it like this. Well, keep it as just highest level input handler, but then check to see if we are, like, valid. right? Because we can do this. Yeah, so we're getting all sorts of input, but then they're being labeled as handled somewhere. Let's see, Godot, check. Input set as handled. How to stop input events from propagating from the GUI. Maybe skip standalone for now. Well, either way, it's not working, right? So if it works in standalone, it'll also work in the editor. That's the intent, right? So if I do this, oh, actually, this is grabbing mouse input anyways. Oh, did I, wait, no, never mind, because I changed this back to, oh geez. I've broken something. I've broken this. Hold on. Quit. Alright. Disable. Get me out of here. What did I do? It was... Was it this? So unhandled, yeah, okay. So if I change this to just regular inputs, it was a bit weird how changing it to this thing. Yeah, what the heck? What am I doing? What did I change? I think I changed, I changed how the viewport processes inputs. Is that what's... No? Oh, no. All right. Get to the rescue. So I changed this to just something completely... Well, hold on. I changed this to something completely bonkers, and by this I mean the script. So this should be, yeah, this should be regular inputs. But then it should keep propagating, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. Let's see, mouse filter for menu bar, that's all right. Those things can be propagated. Yeah, these haven't changed. So why is this now eating like all sorts of input? Is something breaking? Ooh? What did I do? I don't think anything changed on my end, besides like various mouse filters. Or is it the viewport container which is eating a bunch of input now? Like I know if I move this, if I just revert everything, it'll start working again. Maybe scene changed? I don't think so. I think it has something to do with this. So this should probably be set to pass at the very least. I don't know, let's run the standalone and see if we're still able to get input. So we're still able to input here. But then the problem that I'm worried about is this instance. So you're able to do this. I'm just gonna draw, and then as you can see, we're actually drawing under the whatever. I wonder if this is, yeah, and you can see here that even though we're clicking outside of it, we're still drawing like that. So it's actually being intercepted before it's being intercepted before it hits the actual GUI thing. And then that'll be the same for this. I'm gonna need this. Oh, okay. Oh, so it was like viewport container here was eating just all of my input for some reason. But check this out. So if I click here, or if I adjust the tool size up to 64, I click on pixels. Look at that. So it's taking too much input. So it's the same problem. I need to figure out why this is happening. Because like if you like have a scene and you just have it like over here. Oh, is it because of the fact that I'm like manually scaling? No. It might be actually. Oh, and this is also just not able to get out of it, so what did I change? Mouse filter, main. Alright, we can set it back to ignore. And then menu bar items shouldn't matter. That is so bizarre. Is there a way to capture local to node with script? No. Or at least I'm not that I'm aware. Not that I'm aware. Not that I'm aware of, shall we say. So we switch to this, and we can no longer switch back. What did I? Okay. I guess we'll just have to nuke it. I'm not sure what I changed. Or is it because I changed the mouse filters? Let's see. Toolbar. All right, let's just revert. Let's revert menu bar and toolbar. Toolbar. Where now the only diff is this thing here. So that shouldn't be doing anything at all. When you run it inside the editor. So you do this. Yeah, that is strange. That is strange. I'm not sure what happened. But I do know that I need to figure out this thing. This is not what I wanted to work on just yet, but here we are. So maybe this should be like an unhandled input, or or maybe I should be doing input handling like at the canvas level. So we pass everything down to the canvas. Because I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's how input handling works in Godot in general, right? Is that it runs through, it does a first pass through all nodes with inputs, and then it does another pass through all nodes with unhandled input if there is still input to be handled, right? I believe that's how it works. Or is it goes through each node, input, then unhandled input? No. What's the Godot input handling flow? Godot input handling. Handle input. Sure. Input examples? Sure. How to get unhandled input from within viewport with side. Split container. There's no reverse. Okay. I think this person has almost the same problem as me. Yeah, so I think I need to just have a script on canvas. and then somehow have it so canvas yeah, make it so canvas does a thing with the script. Okay, let's give it a try. So there's your canvas. So I could pass information from main down to canvas, but what I want to try to do is just grab this entire thing and then hopefully pass things back up to the main function. I think that's probably a good idea. Yeah, and I still have a reference to canvas for whatever reason, or not for whatever reason. The canvas is necessary for, I guess, zooming and moving the canvas around. Okay. So some of these are gonna break. That's okay. Clicks to ignore, doesn't exist. Let's grab that. Oh, and then also canvas .main equals self. It's gonna be kind of broken for now. Var main, some sort of node. We don't care. And this will just be like main clicks to ignore. Everything will just be working off of main at this point. It's a bit weird. Just want to see if this will work. Oh my god. Can't type. Main, and then main. I'll need to rename blit, I suppose. Zoom increment. Okay, main, zoom increment. All right, and then finally, piece de resistance changes to unhandled input. That wasn't the final thing, but here we go. Disable all of this. Give this a actually, this doesn't even need to be reloaded. We can just try this here. Ah, we're not handling anything because it's being eaten. Because it's being eaten. All right, let's try this again. Everything will now be set to ignore. Absolutely everything. Actually, this one should be ignore. This one, yeah, okay, everything is now ignored. Oh geez. This sucks. Okay. Okay, we're getting places. Now we're actually handling it within the thingy. Invalid set index main on base. All right, so this isn't gonna work. Hold on, let's not open it just yet because it broke. Built-in 98. Canvas main equals self. That's should be something that is actually true. On base node 2t with value of type control. All right, and then let's do it like this. We'll have the concept of a register main, which takes some sort of node. So n or main will equal n. So we don't do direct access, we just kind of make it work like that. All right. Invalid call non-existent function register main in base node2d canvas. Why is this? So if I open up something else and then switch back this scene, I'm basically just forcing the scene to reload. Huh. Non-existent function. Is it because the script doesn't exist yet, so I need to delay for just a little bit? So if I do like a get tree, or hold on, yield get tree idle frame. Wait a little bit for everything to set. No. Huh. Invalid call, non-existent function, register main in base node2d. Let's just refresh the current scene. Sometimes that can be a problem, especially for this built-in plugin stuff. So I'm not running into this error here. Oh, you know what? Actually, never mind. Because I was gonna say it's because of this stuff here. But no, this only applies to like plugin stuff. So very, very specific pieces of code. But no, I'm not working with the plugin stuff. This is just canvas. But when we call ready, so this ready function only calls after everything else. All of its children are ready as well. So there's no point. And I'm fairly certain if I just wait until canvas is ready, this is going to break. So if I just yield like canvas ready like that, the standalone thing is just going to, yeah, not do anything, but then simultaneously, this thing here also not do anything. This might actually just completely freeze. No, it won't completely freeze, but now it's just stuck. Or if you play with the priority, maybe prioritize the input. How do I change input priority? Godot input priority. Input call, order, and input events. So this is all like really, really old questions, by the way. Not input priority, but node. It shouldn't matter, right? It shouldn't really matter. I mean, it does, right? Because everything is processed. I think things are processed bottom up. I'm pretty sure. But that shouldn't be doing anything in this case. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not so sure that input priority is, or I guess node priority is something I need to handle. Or also, or at the very least, I'm not sure if it's something I need to handle. I'm not sure what to do in that instance. But I'm pretty sure like this solution will work, right? We kind of just ignore all input, and instead just have all the input be handled by the actual node 2D here. So what I could do is save this thing as its own scene. So this is just the canvas scene now, right? Canvas, boom. There you have it. And then boom, boom. I guess this is all right, actually. This might be okay. Maybe try it. Simple setting an inspector. Set that process priority in your script. No, that's not what process priority does. Yeah, no. If that's what you're talking about, then that's not what that means. Or, never mind. Yeah, no, I still don't think that's what that means. Maybe? Eh? I didn't think that's what that did, but maybe that does handle input processing. Yeah, I don't know. I thought this is more like which things handle callbacks first. But yeah, I guess input is a callback, yeah. Maybe. But then if we're doing that, I need to undo a few changes. So give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Let me see. Let me see if I can find a thing on here. Process priority. The node's priority and execution order of enabling process callbacks, i.e. notification process. Oh no, this is just for process, physics process, and then the internal counterparts, which are the built-in process and physics process functions. So nodes whose process priority is lower will have their processing callbacks executed first, but I'm not handling processing callbacks. Yeah, overlapping areas eat unwanted inputs or overlap events. Yeah, I don't think that's what's happening here. I don't think that's what's happening. So we can set this to -1 just so that like this is handled really, really early. So we can undo this. So it's handled ultra early. Hello, Forgotten. Hello, hello. Is chunky the right command? Well, it depends on what kind of soup you want. It's actually chonky. Chonk. I think chunk is not chunky is not actually recognized. Yeah. I think as a little aside, once this jam is over, I think what I'm going to do really quickly after that is probably put together a kind of like a Leorian board sort of thing. Since this is already like halfway there toward like Leorian board as like a stream tool manager. And I already have all the code to do so. Could be nice. Could be nice. Because I know exactly how to do it. I've already written all the code. I just need to write the UI. What is this? Quick settings plugin. Favorite project settings directly from an editor doc without having to browse hundreds of properties. That's neat. Please notice how you have to copy this into every single one of your projects. Wouldn't it be nice if you could just have your plugins added to a plugin manager and then just add them to your projects like that? Question mark. Gee, I wish someone made a tool for that. That would be really cool. Darn. Why doesn't the Godot community do anything? You're very chonky, by the way. Forgotten. Man, boy. Where's boy stick? That's a big boy. That's a video with just like such a weird energy, and I'm 100% for it. All right, so we do this as unhandled input, by the way, unhandled input. Is this doing a thing? Or is this just fantasy? No, okay. So nothing is happening, probably. But then what happened? Ooh. So this shouldn't be doing anything. Like, that's understandable. How about this? Still nothing. So I guess it works like standalone. It actually fixed my standalone errors, which is good, I think. But Maybe I just need to restart the editor, question mark. And then we can try it one more time. So plugins. Nope. I think it's somewhat amusing. I think it's somewhat amusing that I'm able to do this. So like the Bumdy, your suggestion has fixed this running in standalone mode, but we're still kind of stuffed in terms of like running in editor mode. See, look, like I'm usually I have to set to 64, so usually before you would be able to see like the click happen. It would be caught, or it would not be caught. So yeah, I think your suggestion works. Here I'm not able to, no, here I'm still able to input. What happened? Ooh. No, actually no, priority did not work. I'm not sure what I did. What did I change? Git diff. What is the diff? These are now packed scenes. Mouse filter's difference. I think it's the mouse filter. Yeah, it's the mouse filter. The good boy is bigger than the streamer. He is a very good boy. Along with just an excellent move animation and also idle animation, and you can see like the sprites visibly like compressing themselves. But I think it's not the priority, by the way, Bumsy. It's the fact that I stopped handling any inputs inside of the main control. How big good boy is? Yes, I do. I do. Don't worry, I wrote it. I wrote it. I think there's another streamer. Not there another Godot streamer who sometimes I raid, sometimes he raids me. I think they're writing something similar to what I've written. Yeah. But I think it's more it's like the Twitch chat connection stuff, isn't there? And I think he's also writing like an OBS WebSocket thing, which is kind of funny because I've already written that. Yeah. Oh yeah, actually they're writing a Leorian board thing too. Yeah, it's Arrow Axe. Yeah. Well, anyways. Yeah, he's writing something like that too, but for whatever reason they're using all their own code. And I've popped into their streams a few times and it looks super jank. Mostly because they don't appear to. I think they're just doing everything from within Godot, which is super painful for this kind of stuff. So it handles local to node. It just handles. I think what was happening before is that control nodes have an implicit like input function, or maybe just an input callback, and then that's kind of like handles input implicitly, right? So by setting this to just ignore, so everything is now ignoring inputs. Now we can actually use like the raw user input here. I think that might be the difference. Oh, I know I was in a stream. Nice. Yeah. Arrow X streams very late. Much later than I can. Mostly because I need to wake up early in the morning. But not tomorrow. I have tomorrow off. So I'm gonna be here all night. That's not true. I'm gonna be here for a little bit. Probably later than usual. Because I want to get this done. Let's convert this back to just a local thing so we can continue to process things like they used to be processed. Like, this makes sense to me, right? So we're not drawing under the control, but this is not working in the editor because I wonder if I just need to play with the process priority then. So if we set this to -2, because of what the documentation says for process priority, nodes whose process priority is lower will have their processing callbacks executed first. Yeah. That makes sense to me. So the -2 should be pretty good. -10 should be even better. It doesn't matter, right? Because I'm not using process on any of my nodes. Yeah, okay. And we're still having our input eaten by something. I wonder if there's like a show on top kind of thing. I know that there's a few things I should be calling here. So there's like it's like a forward draw, one of these functions. But that's more for like 2D or 3D views. So that's probably not what I want. Probably not what I want. By the way, before I forget, I need to run these few things. So set main screen editor, make bottom panel visible. All of those need to be called at some point in order for, I guess, whenever you enable the plugin, what I want to happen is that it'll switch you to that view immediately. Because I thought that'd be cool. It might not be cool. Yeah, I think this needs to be taken out. Everything needs to be done via the canvas. That's the long and short of it. Canvas. Yeah. And so we'll go back to canvas. Do this. And now this event relative is now a bit skewed, which is the problem, but that's... We'll think about it. We'll think about it. Unready var layers. Node 2D. Alright, so unready var sprite. These, and then finally unready var cells. I don't think well, yeah, I do need cells, right? Tile map. So if I do it like that, then all of this stuff is still technically correct, because that's now the canvas, and then one of these, canvas sprite. So we still have access to everything in the main function. Basically just backing things up until I know for sure that they all work. So this will still work here, standalone. Nope. Main move canvas. All right, so main isn't registered yet. Hold on. Register main. So this will still work standalone. But now the event relative is messed up, but that's okay. We can just scale things up and down as need be. Or as needed, I should say. I wonder if it should be based off of like the OS window size. Or I wonder if the event relative is based off of the OS window size. Or the viewport size. Maybe no? I don't know. Don't know. And then this was failing. Invalid yet index sprite on base node 2D. Okay, interesting. So let's do this. I'll grab the canvas text scene, and then we'll just instantiate this in normally. So something like let's be like var. Hold on. Var. So these will be set to null, and then we'll just have to create these later. So instance this. Yeah, so viewports, let's see, boom, boom. Okay, hold on. I think I see where I need to do it. So canvas, viewports, add child canvas. And then sprites is equal to canvas sprites. Cells is equal to canvas cells. Yeah, so this is the canvas setup. Might as well just do this all in the same place. And then at the very end, we do all the register main things. Yeah, so this should still work. Yeah. And then as a plugin, save data, save util 48. What is your problem? Save util 48. If not main visible. Invalid yet index visible on base nil. I want, there must be like a race condition, huh? Handle save input events. I also saw something, by the way, when I was just kind of looking over this when I was waiting for my meeting to be over. There is one of these things allows me to override like saving stuff. Yeah, save external data. Yeah, so that's actually what I want to override if I want to handle stuff in the editor. All right, you're getting a bit too large. Forgotten. Control yourself, or I will control you. You know, inserts the menacing. Visibly menacing rubber duck. Canvas register main. Invalid get index sprite, and when we do that, then a bunch of other things break, which makes sense. Invalid get index sprite. Why is that? So this should have a script attached to it. It should have a script attached to it. Is it because I took off the ready function? That shouldn't do anything. Right? Because in Godot, you implicitly have a ready function that's just called for you, but maybe that's not true? Maybe that changed recently? Nope. Does not appear to have changed recently. And also, something about the save util thing is being called over and over and over again. Unfortunately, it's not really feasible for me to put a breakpoint. I don't think you can debug a plugin like that, but maybe you are. So, save util, plugin. So in input, yeah, so that's what's happening. Yeah. Oh, and actually, while we're here, we'll do save external data. Something like that. It's actually not true. Completely correct, but handle save Just regular events. Func handle save event. Or I guess it's just handle save image, I suppose. That'll probably be better. Handle save image. Okay. But we are still running into the issue. Alright, so we won't have this issue anymore, just like spamming the save util thingy. That's good. But invalid get sprites on base node. Canvas GD. That's what I'm confused about, is because it should exist, right? It's based off of canvas. Let's print canvas dot get property list, and then we can also run this through JSON. Print whatever this is. Insert a tab so we can see like a nice formatted output. Look at that. Okay, so what do you got? What do you got? So you are some sort of node. I feel like that's a little incorrect. File name, nothing. Material, node 2D, sure. Z index. Oh, okay, so you just don't have... You just don't have anything? Question mark? Oh, is it because I need to inject tool into it? Otherwise it won't run? That's so dumb. But I'm also thinking that's probably what's happening. Okay. Okay, I got it. I got it. So any scripts that you have running in the editor, you need to inject tool into them. That is so bizarre. That's why no one makes plugins. Or I guess that's why no plugins can also work standalone. Is because every single script needs to have tool at the very top. Or at least every single node that needs to run in the scene tree needs to have tool. I think scripts will still work as expected. Just like raw scripts. Okay. Inject tool. All right, well, prepare yourself. Inject tool. This will come from plugin GD. Then here we'll do else. I think plugin inject tool into canvas. Yeah, and I don't think I need to do anything special there. Yeah, it should just inject it into the thing. So there's, this is bad, but if you're running it standalone, we'll run through all of this stuff. If you're running it in the editor, we'll just run this one thing. Not a huge fan of that, because every time you create the canvas, you'll need to inject tool into it. But I guess we'll just always have canvas visible. Yeah, okay, so there we go. Still not handling things as expected, but at least we're no longer getting tons of errors. So let's see, are we even handling inputs, I guess, at the canvas level? So I know standalone we are. No, we're not. That's so tough, man. That's so tough. And if we do this at the input level, right, this will still work. But then we're also able to draw. I believe we're still able to draw like so. So if I jack this up to 64, yeah. But this is kind of working standalone, but as a plugin, it doesn't work. There's something else I need to do. Let's think about it. Let's think about it. I can't use inputs. I can't use inputs. I guess what is the Godot input event flow? Using input event. Event handling. No. Using input event. Input event. Input examples. I don't want just inputs. Capturing actions? No. Mouse events? No. These are all not what I need. What's the inputs? It's not the flow, it's the input event order, I suppose. Input order confusion, sure. And then Godot forums in 2020, that's usually pretty good as well. So 2019, Input event docs. All right, cool. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here we go. So generic input, so it goes to input, then GUI, then unhandled input, and then collision object input events. So that's the order is input, control inputs, unhandled inputs, which is just the big bucket, I guess, and then input events. Okay. Well then, how do I... It's a bit tough, putting me in a weird place here. Because I still want you to be able to draw outside the bounds of whatever you're clicking on. There must be a good way of doing this. Unhandled inputs. No one wants it. And then they get, presumably, something over this is consuming it. Alright, I think this is one of the instances where I actually just need to read. What a pain. Alright, so first of all, standard no input function would call it, and any function that overrides it has it disabled input processing with nodes that process input. If any function consumes the event, it can call scene tree set input is handled and that input will not spread anymore. This ensures that you can filter all events of interest even before the GUI. For gameplay input, node unhandled input is generally a better fit because it allows the GUI to intercept the events. Second, we'll try to feed the input to the GUI and see if any control can receive it. If so, the control will be called via the virtual function control GUI input, and the signal GUI input will be emitted. This function is re-implementable by script by inheriting from it. This control wants to consume the events. It will call control accept. Control accept event. What the heck is this? I've never heard of this. What is accept events? Marks an input event as handled. Once you accept an input event, it stops propagating even to nodes listening to node unhandled input or node unhandled key inputs. Interesting. The event will not spread anymore. Use the control mouse filter property control whether or not control is notified of mouse events via control GUI input callback and whether these events are propagated further. Okay. If so far no one consumed the event, the unhandled input callback would be called if overridden and not disabled with blah blah. If any function consumed the event, it can call set input as handled and the event will not spread anymore. The unhandled input callback is ideal for full screen gameplay events, so they are not received when a GUI is active. And once it's so far, camera is assigned to the viewport with object picking turned on. Array to the physics world. What? No one wanted the event so far, and a camera is assigned to the viewport with object picking turned on. The physics world will be cast for viewport. This can also be enabled in project settings. If this ray hits an object, it will call the collision object input event function the relevant physics object. Okay. And then afterwards, it'll be passed to the next viewport in the tree. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Oh, okay. So that's how object picking works. That's cool. I didn't know that. The control wants to consume the event. Maybe I just need to override the GUI input events. So here under main, we don't want to just ignore. I guess we'll want to pass. Well, we can set this to stop. That's fine. Stop is also pretty good. And then I believe controls, just regular controls, right? These all have a virtual function called, or virtual method called GUI inputs. Yeah. So we'll bring this back, slap that into here. Turn this off inside of canvas. So does this still work? This still works. That's good. Now, does this work as a plugin though? I don't think this solves any of my problems. So I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, did that solve it? Oh my god. That's all I needed to do. It's just GUI inputs. All right. That is pretty dumb, but I get it, sure. All right. All that pain for nothing. All of that pain for nothing. Yeah, so you're getting a little too chonky. Let me help you out. Sisyphus. Got him. So reconciliation, I'll make you upside down. How does that sound? But yeah, the solution, Bumsy, was to change this to GUI inputs, and then change main back to ignore inputs. Or not ignore, stop inputs. Because what I'm thinking is, I think it's input is called before input events. So I needed to put this as a GUI input. So this input will be called at the same time as this input. I think that's what was screwing me over, is I was accidentally running it at input level, but I should have been, so I was running everything at level 1, essentially. I should have been running everything at level 2. But what I was trying to do for like an hour was try to run everything at level 3. So that's interesting, I guess. I get it. I didn't even know there was GUI input. I knew there was GUI input, but whenever I try to use it, it doesn't usually do anything for me. So that's neat. I guess this is that's how you use it. You're not supposed to subscribe to the. You can subscribe to the GUI input event if you want, I suppose. But for me, I should have just overwritten the virtual function. But here we are. Okay. Anyways, I think what I'm going to do is we'll place. We'll place canvas back into the viewport. Canvas, welcome back. Back to the squad. We're gonna remove your script. and we're just gonna delete the canvas altogether. Say goodbye. Because I don't think it's necessary anymore, and now Inject Tool can be relegated back to just being an internal thingy. So we'll just go back and do that, because that's just cleaner. Gotta love clean code. All right, so that's good. Make sure everything still works. Hit it with a enable, disable. Something doesn't seem right here. I think I broke some stuff. Built in 127. Hold on. 127. Global position. Canvas. Oh yeah, because here we need to do Good thing I didn't yeet everything just yet. Just most things. So on ready, var, grab the canvas, then boom, boom, there we go. Beautiful. So now this should work. Cannot add child canvas to viewport, that's fair. We're getting there. And then canvas does not have a register main because, yeah. So now I've backed out all the changes. We're now back where we started, except, oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Very sneezy. Oh, and because I've also like broken the editor. Let's just reload. Run me. All right. So now this should work. Look at that. So then we can draw, do stuff, and also load in the previous image. Okay, cool. So before we break any more stuff, this is a good state to be in, I think. There is a temp file. What is .tmp used for? Was that me? Did I accidentally create a .tmp file? What is in .tmp? Was that something I did? No. I guess it must be locked? No? Okay. Who knows what that one does? Just open it again, just to make sure. Okay, we're good. Git add all, git commit. What is it? Fix drawing when clicking on. Fix drawing to canvas when clicking on GUI elements. With a quick push. Okay. Let's see. So that's solved. What an odyssey that was. Let's go back to plugin, then we'll do this stuff. So, control the dock. I need to figure out what the parents control for the toolbar is so I can display everything once you activate the plugin. I think that makes sense. And of course you can always click out of it as well. Or maybe that should be on like activate plugin. All right, I can override that as well. Hold on. Just changing my mind constantly. Yeah, in your mind. Is the plugin activated? Plugin enabled? Is that what it's called? Plugin enabled? Enabled? Enable plugin. There we go. Enable plugin. Called by the engine when the user enables the editor plugin in the plugin tab of the project settings window. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Conc enable plugin. So we'll need to do, what is it? It's like editor, get editor interface, get editor interface. What was it called? Set main screen editor. Main screen editor. I think it's just the plugin name. Yeah. Plugin name. So let's see, const plugin name. I'll call it pixels. Potato pixels, but you know. Turn plugin name. Then this should still be valid as well. Then we'll make bottom panel item visible. So that'll be pixels as well. So plugin name, I'll just insert that here. Look at that. Good programming practice. Putting everything into constants. Oh, this should be a control actually. Why does this require a control? Makes a specific item in the bottom panel visible. Is that how that works? So I know that add control to bottom panel will do a thing, or it doesn't work how you think it works. Add control to bottom panel, yeah, that gives you a tool button. Yeah, but I don't think I need to pass in the tool button. It's weird how these are very different like implementations, I suppose. Let's see, enable, yeah, cool, and then disable. Neat. So then just the last thing at this point is to see print toolbar get parents. Because I don't see anything for you know, making a specific one of these things visible. So I think I'm just gonna have to do this manually, which is fun, I suppose. That's a tab container. All right, so given a tab container, how do I switch to a specific tab? Tab container, current tab, get tab. I suppose it would be like get tab. That might be tough, because there's no way for me to know which tab it is. We could just iterate over every single tab and then just try to like manually find it. I guess that's okay. It's a bit weird. Const toolbar name. So this is just going to be called a toolbar. So if the plugin messes up, this is going to break, but that's okay. Yeah, because I think if you add the plugin twice, the second one will be called plugin 2 or toolbar 2. But so it goes. Var toolbar parent is equal to, it should be a tab container, right? Tab container, toolbar, get parent, right? Then for child in toolbar parent dot, I don't think it's get children. Hold on. Am I able to iterate over the children? I don't think that's how that works. Print toolbar get parent get children. Inspector node. Oh, you know what? That is how that works. That is how that works. But then the only problem is I need to know like what the position of the nodes are. And then if the toolbar stuff gets repositioned, how do I know which one is which? That's fine. I can see this breaking in a few ways. Bar, toolbar, parent. He says it, I can see this breaking in a few ways as he proceeds to continue implementing it. All right. Toolbar parents. Toolbar get parents. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do this like the really gross way. So we'll do for I in toolbar parents get tab counts, I suppose. Then we'll do if toolbar parents get tab title I is equal to toolbar name. Then we'll do toolbar parents show, wait, what was it called? It was called set, what is it? Current tab. Okay, so it's just the property current tab. Okay. Current tab equals I, then we'll break, just like that. Cool, 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 cool. So on enable plugin, we'll just make everything visible like that. Cool. Let's run it one more time just to make sure we didn't break anything. Nice. So on enable, it will just enable itself. But then if you exit the project, we go to friendly potato pixels. Boom. It'll just send you to the normal stuff. So it won't always jump you to pixels or it won't immediately jump you to it. Although I suppose I could make it so if you wanted to make it always jump into the pixel art editor, you could. Also, I think zooming is set back to the corner of the image for some reason. So something slightly changed there as well, which is unfortunate. I keep breaking things. What a pain. So rec scale. I wonder, is it because of this? No, this shouldn't be censored anymore. We have the layers. I still need to implement layers better. And then also saving and load. There's so many things that need to be done. Saving and loading first, then we'll hit it with the layers. And I think also zooming in and out is kind of whack. Because right now you can see it's censored. No, this is censored properly. This is also censored what? Am I stupid? I might be stupid. Yeah, maybe I was just, maybe my eyes are like off center. All right, there's no problem there. I'm just dumb. Or maybe this ready function needs to, I don't know. Because these are all, I don't set an offset. Yeah, don't know. Let's see. Let's continue on with the saving stuff. I'm not sure what this TMP file is, by the way. It's something that keeps getting created, but I'm not sure who's creating it. I don't think it's me. But it also didn't used to you know, show up. Although, you know what? It might be. It might be me. Hold on. So there's our TMP file, right? So we can just hit it with an rmtmp. Now, if I open up this thing, hit it with a save. Yeah, okay, so it's creating a temporary file for some reason. I don't know why. Handle save image. Hold on. If path, okay, I think it's probably this part. So if path is equal to, or path is empty. If path empty, then just return, because I guess we just don't have anything loaded in. Yeah. Okay. So that's all right. So is the TMP file still there? We'll delete it. Enable me. Save me. Okay, so I see what it was trying to do. It's because it was trying to save like a garbage file. He's done it. How is he so good? Fixing bugs is just that easy. What did I change? Okay, so this is the git commit all. So what did we change? We changed, or you fixed saving empty file when no file or when no image is loaded, and then also show pixel editor when activating plugin. Beautiful. Okay, so additional save functionality. So there's save to file, save to cache. Let's see. I think we'll need to do one of the checks here. So as in main, we have, you know, if not engine editor hints, right? So if we're running inside of the engine, we want to do something different. So I think the biggest one is cache path, cache cab. What a great show, and also just very strange. Watched a lot of that when I was a kid, though. But you know, once you start like watching, as they say, adult videos, I think the cache cab becomes more of a weird, like, ooh. Like, I get it, but also, or am I the? Does that make me the weird one? Who knows? Or cache path. So that's something that we'll need to figure out as well. I feel like whether or not I like inferred dynamic typing or like explicit dynamic typing kind of like changes with my mood. Some days I like inferred, some days I don't. But either way, like I know Golang, you should always use inferred. Rust, you should try to use inferred, unless it's just not possible. So, just gotta get with the times. Explicit typing is for mostly just Java at this point, right? Like even C# has like inferred typing, and C++ as well. What am I looking at? Looking at cache path. Okay, so the cache path should be So if not engine editor hint, so this will be like, you know, standalone. This will be user whatever, right? So that's just your user path. I guess isn't there a way to get just a user path from Godot? So get, where it's like user path, get user path, no. Get user data directory, yes. Returns the absolute directory path where user data is written. And then there's get data directory, which returns the global non-project specific user data directory. Oh, these are different? Returns the global user data directory according to the operating system standards. On desktop platforms, this path can be overridden by setting the XDG data home environment variable before starting the project. See file paths in Godot projects in the documentation for more information. See also get cache oh, maybe I should be using the get cache directory at all times. Interesting. Okay, cool. And then this is also giving me the latest. We don't want latest. Okay, okay. So I should always be using the cache. Yeah. Neat. I didn't realize that was a thing. But now I know. So this is OS gets cache directory. So now we don't need to do anything in init. We'll always just save things to the cache. And I think save to file. I suppose that will be a bit more difficult, huh? Because we won't like in standalone mode, this might be a bit more difficult. Because I think you always need to... Well, actually, no. That's what save, that's where like save as is. That's what save as is for, I guess. Okay, cool. Let's do this. And by this, I mean... Yeah, no. Cache is separate. Save to file will always save to a specific file. Yeah. Save to file. And then this takes an optional path. So if path empty, then we'll just return. All right, cool. Save to cache. Now this is what we want to do. Is that both of these will take an image, some sort of image, and then it'll just save it to the specified path. Image. I think I can also make this so it's, yeah. Let's just do it like this, path string. This will also take a path string. These are basically the same thing. Just separated out so it's not ultra confusing. Yeah. Static. There's no speed up here. It's just nice to have. And then since they're static, it doesn't really matter since handle save image will be calling these. Yeah. But here we'll do, if image save PNG to path. It's not okay. How do I type? Oh, these are the same thing then. What am I doing? Okay. I don't need these functions. I can just do this. So Handle save image. I need the file name. So it's going to be the current file path, I think. Or it's just going to be based off of the path. So the var file name, right, is equal to path get file. I think get file gives you just the file without the extension. Is that how that works? If the string is a file path, oh no, it returns the entire thing with the extension as well. Okay. So that's their file name. So we store that here. Assuming that we can do this as well. Now, let's see. We'll save it to the path and then also save a cache image first as well. So main image save PNG. So this will be cache path. It's not okay. Then main logger error, unable to save PNG to cache. Cache path. Image lock. Just do a bit of cleanup, and there we go. So cache path. This is actually incorrect as well, because it should be the cache path and then plus the file name. All right, so boom, boom, cache path, file name. Throw that in there, and that's just your old file. And then if we want to, I guess, undo all of your changes, I could have a button that's like undo all changes to image, and then it'll just load in the original image, question mark, before you started doing any changes whatsoever. So if something exists on your cache, or actually, I should cache this inside of its own folder as well. So cache folder name. So const cache folder name friendly potato pixels. So that's your cache folder name. Then on init, we can check to see if that folder exists. So if, wait now, var directory. So if not directory, there exists cache path, cache folder name, cache folder name, there we go. Then we'll just create it. Make directory, whatever this is. All right, and that's where we'll be saving all of our cache stuff. And then if we want to unmake it, I suppose, it'll be really easy. Static function creates cache folder. And then we can have this return an int, which is just the return code. Oh, actually, this is really easy, right? So we'll return this or return OK. So make directory always returns some sort of error. What is this? Cannot access member cache path from a static function. You know what? Totally fair. Path, some sort of string. There we go. Create cache folder. Just like so. And then we can also like call this over and over again as well. So there's your static function. And we can expose it here. So like clear cache will just delete the entire folder. Or we won't delete the entire folder. But we'll try to clear it out if it exists. Yeah. Cache path. Okay. Let's make it like this, because we'll always be accessing it in combination with something else anyways. So we might as well. Boom. Cache folder name. How nice. Cache path. Now we don't need to do any weird formatting. Yeah, there we go. To your cache path. And then this cache path doesn't need to be reformatted either. Nice. So we'll have like a clear cache. That's always a good one. Clear cache. Have it return an int. So var directory. Then 4. Well, we need to, of course, check to see if the cache exists. So if directory, if not directory, dir exists. What is it? What is it? Dir exists. Hello, hello. I hope you know, Forgotten, that it only takes the first command. It only takes the first command, so there's no reason to spam it. Suppose you are welcome to. Up until the point where it becomes annoying. That's alright. Chat's pretty quiet right now anyways. So make directory. What is it called? Make directory, return make directory path. So if it does exist, then we'll do dir list. All right, hold on. Return okay. Please, sir. All right, dir list directory begin skip navigational true false, because we don't want to skip hidden files. We're deleting all the files inside of the cache directory. Oh, and I gotta remember to, if not, or if open cache path is not okay, then, well, nothing to really do here, right? I think I should just return the value. So var r return, so it'll just be okay. And I guess that'll just be my rolling return value, I suppose. So r is equal to open whatever the heck this is. Right? Then if r is not okay. This is very similar to how you do error handling in Golang. So I'm very familiar with this. Could you teach me a bit about setting colors on Modulate? What is there to teach? So Modulate, it's pretty easy. So you have your visibility, Modulate. Wow, you can set the color. I guess what's the what's the confusion? I always use Modulate. I don't use Self-Modulate. I guess the difference between Modulate and Self-Modulate looks like Modulate propagates down to the children, whereas I think Self-Modulate only modulates for the current object. So if you have like a sprite under this sprite, so I guess we can always take a look here. So given a sprite under this one, let me see if I can just manually wiggle it over. Technically it's under it, but it's, well, technically it's over it, but, you know, under in this context, right? So that's self-modulate, so it only changes the parents. But if we do regular modulate, it should apply to both. Watch my screen share? No. No, I'm a little busy right now. But are you able to describe the problem? Are you able to describe the problem? We're all busy here. Let's see. If R is not okay, then we'll do this, and then we need to set this equal to R as well, and then we'll just do our kind of like really weird error handling. So if R is not okay, very Golang style. It's mentioned a million times before. Basically, the tower should be green on the ground. That is red, but it shouldn't be red on the ground. Well, it must have something to do with how you are. Well, I think you'll have to be more specific than that. So why should it be? Why should it be green or red? What are you doing that is causing it to change colors? Then var file name, and then I'll need to get the file name plus path. Yeah, so file name is equal to dir get next, then while file name does not equal empty. Tower preview type deal to see if it can be placed or not. Well, doesn't that just mean that none of your towers can be placed? So have you checked the variable states? So what I usually do is I just put somewhere in my process function for that node, you know, just prints out the, you know, whatever variable you're using to check to see if it can be placed or not. So you'll get a lot of output spam, but it's the easiest way to do it. If you want to be a bit nicer, you can always add a label and then just add that in the process function to just continuously update. Right. You just want to check over and over again and see that is that valid, is the value what you're expecting? Because the computer never lies to you, more or less. Sometimes documentation will lie to you, but usually the computer won't. The computer will always do exactly what you tell it to, which is a problem sometimes. You know, do what I mean, not what I say. I forgot how to put in code walls in Discord. It's like that. So it's 3 backticks, and then you close it with 3 backticks. It's the same way across pretty much every platform, actually. So like in Slack, which I use at work, not in Skype, which I also have to use at work. I think Microsoft Teams has it, but no one uses that. Oh, Zoom doesn't have it, I know that. Zoom is stinky. File name is not null, then we'll do... Actually, I should not delete them while I'm still iterating through the thing. I should just add them to a list to be deleted. Var files to delete. Look in code. All right, let's look in code. I'll look at text. I will not look at a restream. I'm sorry. What is this code? Look at that. Oh, that's some code. That's some code. There's a map arogarim. Get nodes in group. Sure. I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to look at. What am I looking at? I'm gonna need something a bit more specific than this. Where do you think that you're having the problem? So it looks like you've just posted the entire node code, which is appreciated, of course, but that's like step 2. Step 1 is which part do you think has the problem, and then we can look at it. Step 2 is like, all right, clearly we're not having the problem in that piece of code. Maybe it's something in the entire class code. And then after that, you know, they don't need to give me the node hierarchy. It's just increasing levels of like search range, right? So which part of your code do you think is not working? You know, I'll meet you halfway, but you got to put up your part first. Once you do your due diligence, I can assist. So while file name is not null, then we'll do files to delete. Append file name. That's pretty easy. And then file name is equal to direction or directory get next. And then for f in files to delete, we'll do directory. Is it remove? Yeah. Remove, and then R is equal to directory remove. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Cache path F. And then if R is not okay, then return R. Beautiful. The modulate is equal to part 2. All right, let's see. Where is that? Part 2. Add child drag tower. Drag tower. Well, okay. What is color 1AA AFF00? Give me that hex color. Is that red or green? That's green. Okay. So it's always green, and then your problem was it should be. Alright, so you're initially setting it to green, but now it's always red. So where does it change to red? Isn't this right here, update tower preview? Oh geez. Isn't update tower preview always going to set it to color? I don't know. Where's your process function? Update tower preview? Update tower preview to... That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all. Are you getting errors? That doesn't seem like that should work. Right, oh geez. Give me just find. No, Discord, I don't want to... I just want to check the text. That's update tower preview. This is update tower preview. This doesn't seem like this should be working. Aren't you getting errors? I don't think that this is... Or are you overwriting it? No, yes. Oh, this is a different class. Okay. Yeah. So update tower preview presumably calls update tower preview inside of your own thing. So if map node, get node, tower exclusion, get cell, current tile is equal to -1. That doesn't, this doesn't seem right. So you're saying like if this cell is -1, you want to set it to red? I don't think that's correct. By the way, doing this over and over again is really slow, just so you know. Usually if you need to do multiple get node calls in your script, you should just store the node somewhere like at the very top of your function, so you don't need to call get node, because calling get node incurs a very slight cost, but if you do it over and over again, or if it's on like a very hot path, then it's going to slow your game down. But this doesn't seem right. Yeah, I would take a look at that. That logic doesn't seem correct. Like, shouldn't you be checking for like a range of tiles or seeing if this tile is in like another thing instead of just checking for -1? I feel like that might be causing you problems. Let's see, clear cache, handle, save, image. You know what? I should actually be returning a value for all of these as well. So this should be probably int okay. So var return value. I'm watching a tutorial which his is working and mine is not. Does their tutorial, do they provide a thing, like tutorial code? Or is it just one of those video only tutorials? I'm not watching a video, I'm sorry. I'm a little busy myself. If you would like to hire me for my services, I can send you a support contract, but... And also, I don't want to risk DMCA. That's why the music you've been hearing, maybe in the background, isn't that great. That's just because it's some garbage I threw together. So, if R is not okay, then we'll do all of this. Here, we'll do R is equal to all of this stuff. Ugh, my throat. At this point, how much would that support cost? It was meant as a joke, but if you actually want to know, you can send me a DM, but just off the top of the dome piece, my usual billing rates, at least like professionally, is about, I think it's 150 an hour. So like, good luck. I don't think you can afford me. Although I suppose professionally, I'm generally working in other industries, namely infrastructure automation, container automation, middleware app dev, etc. So technically very highly certified there. Godot doesn't have any certifications, but I do have, I don't know, some applications. Do you have everything on a branch? Do you have a Git repo? If you could push that to a Git repo, I can take a look later, but so how about this helping cost? If you can put things into GitHub, so I believe that there are like a pretty good amounts of visual Git tools. So I've been using the command line tool, but I believe GitHub has a visual tool. So like I think GitHub visual Git tool. What is it called? GitHub desktop. Yeah, I don't use it, but some people like it. That should automate most things for you, and then you'll just be able to push it to a branch. And then once you push it to a branch, you can, it's easy for me to look at and other people to look at. So, you know, you just look at the code. Wow. Instead of just pasting things into a Discord. How do I do that? You know, what I would recommend is you go to http://www.google.com. From there, you will be taken to a search engine. Type in GitHub desktop. And then I think it should be pretty self-explanatory from there. Let's see. These should all be returning return codes. So boom, boom. Int is equal to okay. Return R at the very end. Does emit signal return anything? I don't remember. So we'll do if R is not okay. Boom, boom. R is equal to image load text. Check the return value. Handle save input events. We don't need to do that. Or we might as well, right? Var R int is equal to okay. R is equal to handle save image. Return R. Return R. And then, oh geez. What did I do? Press something I shouldn't have. Return R. Return R. There we go. Beautiful. Hooray for Golang style error handling. Because handle save image also returns a return code. I think it's good to have return codes when you're doing like single or like one-off actions, just to make sure that, you know, the action actually worked. Let's see, clear cache. That's a good one. Handle save image, we're saving to cache first, so let's add a comment, you know, always save to cache first, just in case we want to back out of saving. Yeah. So I think first we also need to make sure that the image already exists in the cache, or the image doesn't already exist in the cache. So let's see. We can do like a does image exist. Gotta love helper functions. Image exists. Yeah. Guess we don't need to create this in a separate function. So var directory is equal to directory new if directory file exists. Eh? Isn't it file exists? I think that's still one part of my control scheme that I'm still trying to get used to. Since I'm using it's a 50% keyboard. So I don't have a num row or any number keys whatsoever. Directory file exists. If not directory file exists, then we'll do all of this stuff. Yeah, so we'll always make a copy of your cache. Or no, we'll always make a copy of the original image, and I think on init, we should try to clear your cache. So, let's see, clear cache. And then this one is create cache folder. What's the difference between create cache folder and clear cache? These are the same thing, right? Yeah, these are the same thing. All right, well. Good job, me. Made this needlessly confusing. Cache path, there we go. So here, clear cache. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Clear cache. So if clear cache is not equal to okay, then 100% we'll want to log something. Of course, this doesn't actually happen. Or we don't actually have access to main at this specific point in time, so we'll just have to manually log. So print error, unable to clear cache. There we go. Clear cache on startup. But that doesn't really make me worry too much. Let's see. Save util. A non-void function must return a value. 53. 53. Non-void function must return a value. Save util. GD 53. Method parse error. What do you mean? This is non-void. We always return a value. Is this not true? You can always restart the editor. Let's see. Pixels. We can give this another try. Alright, cool. So it was just like a weird, or I might not have needed to do that anyways, but okay. Nice to have. Anyways, there's the cache, there's the saving. Let's give this a try. So, really potato pixels. Let's open up another folder so I don't have to keep like moving to and fro between the two. So, boom. Project settings. There it is. There's your potato. Let's start drawing on it, I guess. So, wow. He's so beautiful. Now he's demonic. He's starting to fire his laser beam. Give this a save. Successfully saved file at path. I wonder what my cache directory is. Is it actually just in .cache? I'm not familiar. So, but this is at user directory .cache. Do I have a .cache? Or no, it's not in .cache, it's in temp. What's my temp directory? Now that's something I'm not familiar with. CMD, echo, temp, app data local temp. Okay, cool. Local temp. Oh geez. Now there is a bunch of garbage. Temp Godot. There's Godot. Oh no. Oh no. I have a feeling that most of these are kind of garbage. Yeah. I'm not sure if it saved anything to the temp directory. No, I'm thinking about it. Did this succeed? I did get a success message. But I'm only seeing like garbage files here. So let's give this a try. We'll select everything, delete everything. Send me back. Give me a save. Am I not allowed to write to this directory? Hold on. So cache path should be the cache directory plus the cache folder name. Now, we call clear cache on startup, and then we check to see if the directory exists. If not, we create the cache folder. And I suppose this should just be one of these. It's really just creating it. Actually, we don't need this at all. It's just directory make path at the one specific path. Cool. We'll keep it for now, but yeah. Make directory. So to do this, I believe this is unused. To do unused question mark. This doesn't make a difference, but for some reason it's not creating the directory. And I wonder if it's because it doesn't have write permissions to it. So these are the old files. So it should be at temp Godot. I think this might actually break on Mac, by the way, because I'm not sure if user apps just have access to like the library cache on Mac. So, clear cache. Is this not running? Let's see. We'll do save util initted. Just to make sure. So we get some output at the very least. Save util initted. Yeah, so we are initting. And then if not directory exists, print ASDF. That's a good one. Excellent log. Good job. All right, so it's not hitting that part. Interesting. Because cache path should not exist. Cache folder name. Yeah. Ooh. Print cache path. What's going on? Oh, I don't want to print here, of course. Print here. Toggle it on and off. Brief screen flare. Oh. Oh, this is lying to me. This is lying to me. The temp directory is not temp Godot, it's just temp. That's fantastic. I love it when the application lies to me. It's my favorites. Or maybe my XDG data path is different, I don't know. But I feel like Windows doesn't use an XDG data path. Anyways, give this a save. Check the cache. Cool. And then if I start like making changes to it, like I was about to draw a penis, let's not do that. So I change it here, so this is the original file. Look at that. But then the file here in the editor has changed. How nice. And so you have the idea is that there should be like a revert all changes, and it'll go back to the original file if it still exists in your cache. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Neat. All right, so close CMD explicitly. This is cool. So it is destructive, but that's fine with me. So clear, I wonder if I shouldn't be clearing the cache every single time, but that's all right. This is all right. This is all right. Let's see. What do I want to do here then? We need to add a button to menu bar. That's for sure. So menu bar. We have save as, load, and then like revert. That's probably a good one as well. So save as, load, and then revert. I wonder if these should just be like a vertical list, but because I feel like seeing these in like this order is a bit weird. So that's messaging, save load buttons. Load and then revert. Let's just add a button for now. It'll be kind of gross, but so be it. Right. And so the idea is that you'll enable, you'll have your save as, load, and then revert. Save will do what it says on the tin, is just, it'll do the same thing as Control S. Load and save as will give you a pop-up saying like, all right, like where do you want to save or where do you want to load? It's pretty much the same thing as doing, oh geez. That's pretty weird. That's weird. Look at that. I don't know what's going on there. Does that happen if you do like this? Why does that happen? When does... Ooh. Ooh. It's like there's like an additional viewport here that's being pushed up and down. That's a bit weird. Not sure what's going on there. But save will work in place. Save as and load will give you a pop-up. Reverts will change back your current edited image to whatever's in the cache. That's pretty easy. And then, yeah. I think revert will have to be like a double click, which is like a, you know, confirm whether or not you actually want to do this. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. So let's disable this. And actually, these should just be like save buttons. We'll move load out to just here. Oh geez. Size flags. Just be normal, be cool. There's messaging, and then we'll just need to hook up every single button. Oh boy. So tree connect. Nothing we really need to do there. Okay. So we'll do save, connect, pressed, then on, save, pressed, I suppose. Then we'll do the same thing for save as. Node, on, save as, pressed. Let's see, load. It's pretty much the same stuff, right? Because I'm okay with just doing a, you know, not caching the value, right? Because we only need to connect it once, and then after that, we can just forget. On load, pressed. This should work. Oh, baby. A GitHub link. Stuff in my dreams. Stuff of legends. You have a GitHub pages set up for this? What does this do? File not found. Alright, cool. Okay, okay. So, looking at this. There we go. Mobile view. Maybe not mobile view. Mobile view is a bit too close to me. But in your process function, you're doing an update tower preview. Let's see. Unhandled inputs. It's all right. Action release, not action press. That seems a bit interesting. But okay. So you're doing it on the upstroke, not the downstroke. Cancel build mode. verify and build, update tower preview, if map node, and then if we go over to the other one, then we can also do this. Wiggle over. So I'm assuming map node is not this one. This is clearly called UI. Get node preview. Zoom out a little bit. So this is your UI node. Instantiate build mode. Set tower preview at the build type, and then using strings. Very good. Map position. Yeah, that seems to make sense, I guess. A little flaky, of course, doing everything via strings, but if you're trying to move fast, it's the best way. Cancel build mode, and then action released UI accept verify and build. Don't really know what verify and build is doing. Instance position. I don't think that this is doing verify and build is probably not doing what you think it's doing. Update tower preview, map node, tower exclusion, get cell V. It's still this part. I'm still on line 40. Something is weird about that line, for sure. That strikes me as very strange. Right. Something about that line seems very, very wrong. Then get node rect. Position, tower preview. Does this have a tower preview? I guess it does, yeah. As long as you're not getting errors in your editor. Drag tower modulate. If color is not color, you don't need to do this. That seems a bit weird. You're creating a color from the color, but this is already a color. Modulate is equal color, color again. And then this is, oh, actually no, because this is the color string, never mind. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. I think it's still this line. This line looks incorrect. If this is -1, I don't think this should be -1. Yeah. I think that's the biggest thing. That doesn't look like it should be -1. And also, I've rethought my plans. I think I am going to cache the buttons here. So save on ready, save as on ready var. There's the load button, load button. Yeah, on the tutorial it's -1. Yeah, but like that doesn't look right to me. But is there like a do they provide a GitHub link for their tutorial code as well? Could you not check against their code and see what they're doing? Or do they, I'm assuming that in their tutorial code they have like explicitly placed a single tile. That's at position, you know, -1. Like what was this? Get cell V. Wait a minute. This is wrong. This is wrong, isn't it? This is 100% wrong. Because tile map get cell V. Oh no, get cell V gives you an integer. All right, sure. Oh no, that returns the tile index. So this should be, oh, okay. Well, okay, so you're checking, oh, okay, so that's what this is checking for. It's checking for invalid cell -1. Okay, sure. It's a bit weird. I would recommend that you don't use that tutorial anymore. You should be using the built-in constants. So the built-in constant is called invalid cell. It's technically equal to -1, but makes it very hard to read. So it's checking to see if this tile exists. So you're looking to see if does a tile exist when you're clicking on it? So on your tower exclusion tile map, when you put your mouse over one of the tower exclusion tiles, does it do anything? Or do you have any tiles under it? Are there any tiles assigned to tower exclusion? That's the first question. Do you have any tiles? And then if you take out all the tiles, does it still appear as red? Right. I have a tile map called tower exclusion, yeah. Are there tiles assigned to it? Did you put down any tiles? Shall we say? Can you take out all the tiles? Can you erase all the tiles? Can you erase all the tiles and then see if you get the same thing? So if you erase all the tiles, but this thing is still showing as red, then you might have another problem. But I feel like, yeah, I think that's the first thing, is like, clearly it should only be turning red. Wait, no. No, if you take out all the tiles, it'll always be red. If you take out all the tiles, it'll always be red. Can you change this to not equals? So there'll be exclamation mark equal. Yeah. Sorry, I gave you the reverse of what you should try. So if you change this to not equals, it should always show up as green, right? Your tower preview should always be green. Yeah, not equals, yeah. Which is also, fun fact, how... Actually, that's not a fun fact. And that's actually also not true. I was gonna say, like, people in, like not from the UK, but, like, UK territories or crown dominions? Are that crown territories? Is that what they're called? They say they'll call 0 not. So it's always, that's something that trips me up a lot. So it'll be like, all right, it's like 1 not this. I'm like, wait, what? 1 not? 1 not 5? Oh, 105. I gotcha. It's now only on the path? What do you mean it's now only on the path? What is it's only on the path? Is only red on the path, or it's only green on the path? Revert button, connect, pressed, node, on, revert, pressed. It's not showing on the ground at all. What's not showing on the ground at all? Only the path. What's its? I'm still lacking context for its. It's what is its? Is it red or green? You know, I'm not sure. Only you know what you're talking about. I require more context. The tower preview. It's red still. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so your tower exclusion is your path, right? Your tower exclusion is your path. Right? And if your tower, so that's what you want. Isn't it? That's exactly what you want. Is that your tower exclusion will show red on the path. Yeah, there we go. So actually, I think your tutorial is wrong, isn't it? Isn't it? So like your tower exclusion are tiles that you like, this is your exclusion tile zone. So if you have a tile on the tile exclusion, it should be excluded, right? So you're not checking for -1. You should be checking to see if a tile actually exists in your tile exclusion. But I don't see go green on the ground at all, because you just need to have the opposites be true as well, right? Because you never set it back. So if you never mouse over the path, does it stay green? Is it initially green? Right, because I don't see, it looks like you never flip back to green ever, right? But at some point you will need to flip back to green if you mouse over the path and mouse back to valid build zone, right? Because I can see that you only set it to green here in set tower preview. And set tower preview, don't know where it's, there's only update tower preview, right? Here's set tower preview. Set tower preview, yeah, okay. Yeah, you only set it once and instantiate build mode. So if you never mouse over the path, is it green? There's the question. So is main gonna hold on to saving? This is a clip. That is a clip indeed. Well, I mean, my question still stands. I'm not watching any YouTube videos. I'm sorry. We're both busy, right? We're both busy, but his go green on the ground. Oh, so that's not even your clip, that's his clip. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not watching it then. Sorry. I don't want to get striked. Or not striked, but DMCA'd, I suppose. And possibly muted. Can't be too careful. But what I'm saying is that you do this. So just add an else, right? His is going back to green because he probably has another else statement here. So they do like get UI node, update tower preview, and then set it to green here, and then change build valid to true. Also, you misspelled build valid. You have build veiled spelled out there. So you need an else statement. Otherwise, you never change it to green, right? It starts out green, but it never changes back to green. You need to explicitly tell Godot to change it back to green. So, was I right? Is his code... Does his code, it's supposed to be a not, and then he also has an else here at the very end? Also, I'm assuming that you were watching a he. He's got an else. Yeah. There we go. Wait, so the problem was that it was just sticking as one color then. You changed it once and then never changed it back. Okay. I suppose that's also where putting a print statement would help, right? So if you are trying to debug, right, I would put print, print hello. I mean, you might have seen me do that a few times, just to see how many times you're calling this, right? Just to see if it's being called at all. It's not great practice, but that's what most people do. That's what most people do. So let's see. Let's see, save to cache. I need to do this first. So on image loaded, we'll save util, and then save to cache. Or maybe I should just do that inside of a load image. Where do I load image from? Image loaded. Is it here? Yeah, okay. Handle open item. Okay, I should actually do it here then. Yeah. Yeah, what am I doing? var directory new. If not, hold on. Let's see. Current file path. All right, so we'll grab several parts of this. Var file name. Yeah, I'm just moving things all over the place now. Current file path equals get file. Then, if not, directory exists, blah, blah. I'll do all this. So let's add a thing here as well, just to make sure. So prevent user from destructively editing an image without a backup. Yeah, there we go. It was that. He's done it. He's done it. I didn't even need to look at the tutorial. Boom, boom. Also, coincidentally, that's one of the skills that you'll need, by the way, if you ever like apply to Amazon. Remember when I started interviewing for Amazon like developer positions? They were like, all right, here's like 6 problems or 6 bits of code. You have 6 minutes to debug all of them. I said, what? Excuse me? I think I got 2 out of 6. Failed it. There's no way you can debug that fast. That's crazy. And that's pretty much exactly it. It's like, does this code do what you think it's gonna do? You know, if not, fix it. Like, read the freaking words in code? No, I think if the tutorial that you're following doesn't provide like a GitHub link, I wouldn't follow the tutorial. That's just personal preference, but it's like you run into issues where like you'll look at the tutorial and then be like, whatever I'm doing doesn't match up, right? But then you have no ability to run their tutorial code to make sure that their tutorial code works as well, right? Because sometimes things will break across versions as well. So if you can just run their stuff to make sure that, you know, you're not following a crazy person, it's always good. And then you can also just check, you know, line by line, what's different from between their code and my code, right? Let's see, I think this is okay. This image should also be unlocked by default. So image, load image, blah, blah. I should probably move this farther back. Like that. So then this is just text. So that's your explicit file name. We already have your image loaded in. All right, cool. I'm on part 4 out of 11. How many Does he have like tutorial code? Like who is it? Who is it? Oh geez, it's a clip. Let's see. No, they don't have tutorial code. Yeah. It has 5,000 views, but it's like yeah. No, they don't provide code. You just have to like figure it out, I suppose. That sucks. Yeah. I guess good luck if you learn better from videos. Wish you the best, but I think you're gonna run into that problem more and more, where if you just kind of try to look at what they're doing, pause, type in stuff, unpause, look at it some more, you're gonna keep running into that problem of your code doesn't match up with whatever they're doing. That's step 4. Well, still, right? Like you're having to manually type in stuff without actually comparing it against things that, you know, you can run. I learn better with a person IRL. Yeah, probably. I feel like most people learn better from people, right? Because you can, you know, you have a babysitter, I suppose, a trip sitter, if you will. But it's I think it's a lot tougher as well. It's a lot tougher. At least on the tutorial person. But whatever. What am I talking about? Or teacher they are called. Yeah, tutorial person, teacher. Yeah, it's like the same thing. But I guess if you learn better from that, but I personally do not. Personally, I just do not understand the video thing. That's probably just me. Like, I also struggle a lot with like listening to people. So like if you tell me something like verbally, I'm gonna be like, yeah. 1 item I can remember. 2 items, yeah. 3 items I've already forgotten what item 1 and 2 were. Like I need please write it down. And then code, since code is already like entirely text-based, you might as well just do everything via text. Yeah. Yeah, enjoy your cake. As a famous French politician, head of state, once said, let them eat cake, etc. Probably not in English, but I also don't speak any French. I think this is good. Yeah, so we handle open item. So on load, let me see. Does main do this as well? Handle open item. Where does handle open item come from? One of the downsides to my current approach. Handle open item. Where is this used? Handle open item. Oh geez. Handle open item. Where is it? Where is it? Was it in plugin? Handle open item. All right. Fantastic. So should probably go with, well, I want them all to use the same. I want them to all use the same logic. All right, so I should not be doing this. Let's put it here so it's just like open item, I suppose. Func open item, or open file, open item. So this is some sort of text pack. Hello, Bumty. Hello, hello. How are you? I'm trying to refactor stuff because I think this is kind of bloated out into something that is pretty dumb. So here we are. So save, util, handle, open item. So path. And then what does open item do? Done with work, funny enough, doing architectural projects. Nice. Congratulations on being done with work. I am also done with work until Monday. Have fun coding. I do not have fun coding at work because I also program quite a bit at work, but like in a very hostile environment. So, you know, so it goes. Handle open item. Okay. So this is just a wrapper around this thing. Open item. This should probably just be called open item. We'll save that. We'll call this open item. Plugin will now call main open item, just so it's easier. Probably work is no fun no matter what you do. Yeah, that's also true. If it was fun, it wouldn't be work. Am I right? Yeah. Actually, have you seen, talking about work, have you seen, this might be like a super American thing, but it was pretty big on Reddit across like all the big subs. But it was like the anti-work moderator did an interview, a live interview on like a predominantly like right-wing news channel, the biggest conservative right-wing news channel in the US. He just got absolutely destroyed. I say he, but I guess they identify as a she, so I'll say they instead. They got absolutely destroyed. And then the first 2 minutes, absolute cringe. Cause like you can tell like the host like had a game plan. They're like, all right, they're gonna probably talk some stuff about like we want like workers' rights and all that. So now I'll pick them apart intellectually. But then like the moderator just no, the moderator didn't, the host didn't need to do anything. The host didn't need to do anything. That's the funniest part. Like the subreddit moderator was just like, yeah, I'm a dog walker. Like I work like 20 or 30 hours a week. I would like to be a philosophy lecturer. And then the host is just like, yeah, just keep going. Keep going. I don't need to say anything. You just need to keep talking and keep digging the hole deeper for yourself. Like it's just like, what are you doing? All you had to do was talk about like workers' rights and stuff, but then you just start talking about dog walking, and then like how you would like to lecture about philosophy even though you have no credentials besides dog walking? Question mark. Like, come on. Like I'm 100% sure. Like the host was like, yeah, like we'll bring up some like BS statistics about like you know, working and stuff, but you know, if you just immediately discredit yourself, like the host doesn't have to do anything. Well, I think I don't think the host was expecting that though. That's the thing, because the host like visibly and audibly laughed. Was laughing at the person because it was just like, what are you talking about? This is so dumb. Like no one can take you seriously like that, right? Like if you want to do something, well, like with no, like nothing to back it up, like how can you talk about philosophy if you've never done anything? Like, yeah, I guess aren't we all technically philosophers in our own head? Yeah, sure, but like, you know, it's not really how it works. Like, how can our eyes be real if Or no, how can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? You know, it's like, yeah, I guess. technically the inverse is true, is that mirrors are real, therefore our eyes are real, but you know, why are we here? Just to suffer. Yeah, what a great game. Handle, save image. I think we're, so save image, save inputs, save input events. Let's see, this needs to be put here. Was it, yeah, save image, no, save image. Yeah, there we go. And then in dummy plugin, this needs to be save input event. Is it a game? I thought no, it's from Metal Gear 5 Ground Zeroes, I think. Yeah, I think if you watch like the regular Metal Gear Solid 5 trailer, I think that's in that. It's like, why are we here? Just to suffer. The comrades I've lost. Something. Like it's actually a good trailer. But they take that little bit out of context to make it sound really dumb. But in context, he's talking about like it's just a ragtag group of soldiers who are fighting some shadow organization. Actually, I don't really know what they're doing in Metal Gear Solid 5. I've actually never beat it, but I also don't really understand the premise. But I did play through most of it. But it's in context, it's pretty good. Out of context, it's silly. All right, let's try this. I think I changed everything I needed to. So potato. Cool. All right, we're good. I cannot watch this on stream. I'm sorry. But I will open it on my other monitor, on my other computer. What is this? Yeah, that's Metal Gear Solid. Supper. Oh, this is some Kaz, right? Is that his name, Kaz? Yeah, this isn't his name Kaz? Yeah. Yeah, he's the guy, spoilers, you save in the first mission. And then he says like, what took you so long? And you say, kept you waiting, huh? One of those. This might be shameful, but I've only ever played Metal Gear Solid 5. I want to play Metal Gear. I want to play the other Metal Gears at some point, but I just never owned a PlayStation until like I was like a grown adult, 2 years out of college. I played Metal Gear Solid 5 when I was still in school because that came out on PC. Yeah, I remember now. Never played any of the Metal Gear Solids. Metal Gear Solid 5 is fun if you don't... I hear from, like, if you're into the Metal Gear Solid stuff... Oh, thank you for redeeming a hydrate. If you're into Metal Gear Solid, you're not gonna like Metal Gear Solid 5. Because Metal Gear Solid 5 is, like, open world, and... Thank you, I'm now done with my water. I'm gonna have to grab more water soon. But Metal Gear Solid 5 is open world, and it's like the story is kind of loose as well, whereas in the other Metal Gear Solid 5 or the Metal Gear Solid games, it's more like, you know, like here's like a really tightly designed scene. We want you to go through it in like one of like 3 ways, all of which are like interesting. Eat water? Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. Eat water. Mood water, vibe water. What's the other one? Vita water, isn't it? Isn't that what it's called? Vita water? Is it? Nutra water. Nutra water? No? Vita water? I don't know. What's the one? It comes in like the very standard looking like Gatorade bottles in the US. Energized water? No. It's got what plants crave. Yeah, Amiga. I was too old for the Amiga stuff. I hear that Amigas were fantastic for programming though, but don't know. Never had one. Game Boy. I had a Game Boy, but my parents never bought me any like games for it besides like the hacked like Chinese ripoff copies. So they had like 52 games, but you can't save on any of them. So I was like, yeah, I would just play like the first like 30 minutes of a game. I was like, all right, screen time is up. Go play outside, kid. I was like, all right. Which is why like the first Pokemon game I played was whatchamacallit? Like Pokemon Emerald. No, Pokemon Ruby. When I was like in middle school. Or was it, when did Pokemon Ruby come out? Pokemon Ruby. When that came out? 2002? Oh, I was actually in elementary school. Wow. Not middle school. Sounds and green trash screen colors. Yeah. I think. I remember the GameCube startup effect. Word. Nah, I don't know. I can't redo it. And then the Game Boy Advance sound is also pretty good. Game Boy Color, don't remember. I don't think I ever had an original Game Boy. Let's see. Toolbar parent. What am I doing here? I'm trying to remember. I was refactoring, opening stuff. Yes. It was the buttons. So I'm trying to hook up the buttons here. Yeah, okay. So on load pressed, on save pressed, and save as pressed. So all of these should be centralized. Yeah. Menu bar. Because I want to avoid having as many, I want as much logic as possible to be handled centrally. Otherwise, I think it starts to get confusing. Because I'm going to be calling like main functions anyways. Tetris game console first. Tetris game console. I thought oh yeah, no, never mind. Tetris came out. Tetris became a big hit when it came out on Game Boy. Yeah, wasn't it? Yeah, so there's toolbar. Let's do menu bar. On save button. Yeah. Let's undo all these. On save pressed. That's pretty easy. This should just be whatever plugin is doing to call save. What is plugin doing to save? Save image. All right, so let's wrap that. So open item, first PC X286. Which one is that? Is that like an actual computer or is that one of like the Atari computers? Let's see, save item. And then save image. So main, save item. So main, we'll just do save util, save image. Okay, so now we're wrapping everything. How nice. Save pressed, we can just do save item. So it all goes through one function so that we only need to make changes to save item if we ever want to change the save logic. That's the benefit of centralizing everything. The downside of centralizing everything is that it makes it hard to, I guess, modify logic later as well. Or I guess make it so logic is different for different instances, but you know, you have your upsides and downsides. Intel, oh, it's a CPU. Oh, I don't know. See, I was too young at that time to know anything about that. Logger error, not yet implemented. Isn't it like X, the 86 is the modern processor, isn't it? And that's where like the x86 moniker comes from, is that everything is just essentially based off of that one generic one. I don't know. Yeah. I know a little bit of computer history, but I never studied any of that. Logger error, not yet implemented. Yeah, 86 until 486, I don't know. I don't know. Isn't it? I read a write-up at some points. But like with a lot of things I read, I'm like a sponge, right? I soak up a lot of information and then just imagine like you squeeze the sponge right afterwards. So I soaked up a bunch of information and then I immediately lost a little bit. Let's see, save util. When I had a 286, I was writing directly on DOS. Yeah, isn't that how DOS works? Is that you just kind of execute stuff? So you go to a specific directory and then just execute stuff. And you could read the directory while it's running. Yeah. I've never really worked with DOS. I'm not familiar with it. That's also before my time. As mentioned before, I think the first computer environment I used was Windows 95. So, and didn't like Windows 95 still used like MS-DOS under the hood or something like that? But I only have memories of Windows 95. 486, then I wrote dir on it. Nice. Very cool. Imagine that, yeah. It was a genius when he was a kid. And then like all of us fell off as he grew up. Anyways. Let's see, open item. I think the get cached item should be a thing. You can literally feel the performance difference. I don't know if you can literally feel it, but there is literally a performance difference. I don't know if you're feeling anything. I think if you're feeling something, you might want to check if your outlets are properly grounded, because that's probably a sign of you running a few amps, a few volts straight through your body. Electroshock therapy is no longer an accepted medical practice, I'm sorry to say. How do I get the cache item? So this is open item. We immediately cache it when we open stuff. Opens an image for drawing. Stores the original the cache if it's not already cached. Returns. Okay. If the image was successfully loaded. Some error. Some error if the... Some error if... Let's see. What are the possible errors? I'm just documenting this for myself. Error. Some error code otherwise. Yeah, that's fair enough. We're looking for okay. Save image. We'll always do this. Updates the current, the last and current file paths implicitly. Oh baby. By the way, another idea. Okay, hit me with it. I'm probably gonna reject it, but so it goes sometimes. Save image, clear cache. I think these are all pretty good. This is the only one that really needs an explanation. So on revert pressed, I think I'm gonna do like load from cache, like open from cache. Or yeah, open from cache. Open cached image. So var return value, some sort of int is equal to okay, and then we'll just return R at the very end. It's a return code. Why create a new tab and try to make things work when you can just draw in 2D? I suppose. I was thinking about that. But it's just it's too much of a pain. Too much of a pain. I don't think I would want to have this draw over like whatever you're currently looking at. I didn't like the idea of that. You want it also standalone? Yeah, well, standalone, that's why I'm doing this kind of separate menu bar. Right? Is that we can have just like tabs or whatever. Maybe I'll just put the tabs on this side. So like you'll have each thing that's open here, so you can click, 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 click. Something like that. And that's how you would flip between them. Because it'll work standalone like that as well. So you'll have all the stuff here, click, 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 click. Move it over, etc. But zooming, scaling works out of the box in 2D. Yeah, well, zooming, scaling also currently works out of the box here, so I'm not worried about that too much. Yeah, but I don't think it's something that I would want to do where you just draw directly on this. I'm not a huge fan of that idea. And I've already got this working, so too late to turn back. I would need to rework how everything works, you know? So open item. I think I'll want to open item. Or maybe I should just have a... More complicated things might get you below, like creating grids or some more things. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's better just to have separate things. And then, of course, it'll also work standalone because I'm designing it to work standalone, right? I'm not depending on too many things in the editor. All I'm doing is just adding control nodes. So it should just work. So not worried about any of that. Var image is equal to image new. So R is equal to image load current file path. If like having these separate. If R is not okay, then we'll do main logger error unable to open cached image for reading at path. Current file path. Actually, that's not true. It's not the current file path. It's just like the regular path. So I need to construct this like so. So path is equal to this is the cache path, and then the current file path get file. Yeah. So then we'll pass in the path here because that's the cache. Right, we're reverting stuff, of course. Return R. Alright, then emit signal image loaded, image, no, yes. Load the image, yes, send it. So image loaded, and then main should be holding, yeah, main is handling that. Okay, cool. So there's open cached image, and then there's also just open item. Yeah. So I think these could probably be merged together since the code is pretty much the same, but that's all right. I guess this one does some additional checking as well. Checks the image extension and make sure it can actually be opened. Yeah. Okay, so there's open cached image, and then that'll just do its thing. Here, on revert pressed, let's do save util open cached image. I think we do need to do a check here to see if the current path is not null. So save image. We also want to check to see if current path is not null. Wasn't I doing a thing before to just check if it's not null? Maybe I got rid of that by accident. Why does this take so long, I wonder, to implement? I mean, there's a lot of complexity, as for sure. There's a lot of complexity. I think the very basics were easy. You know, if you're just creating a new file every single time, I think that would be a lot quicker. Right? But as soon as you start getting into, you know, you want to be able to revert stuff, you want to be able to undo, redo, I think that's when things start to get very complicated. Or maybe I'm just slow, you know? It's hard to say. Am I being slow? Maybe. I'm sure that me streaming it is not helping at all. You're not that slow, but yeah. Well, I know I'm not that slow for sure. I mean, I'm slower than I would be, I think, if I was just not streaming, for sure. I think but on the flip side, I also work longer when I'm streaming, so it's hard to say. Working ineffective, like doing extra stuff, maybe. I think it's just hard. I think from what I can tell right now is that it's just hard to design something that works in both the editor and outside of the editor. I think that's one of the constraints that is slowing me down. 2 is like I've never written an image thingy before. Like it's not as straightforward as you would think it is. You know, and I think if you disagree, then you are free to try it yourself. You know, time yourself. If you don't have at least 50% over me, then I think it's fair to say that my time is okay. It's like I've never written something like this before, so I'm coming up with the design on the fly. Oh, I am doing a check here. Save image. Okay, cool. It's mostly the case. Yeah, it's like if you wanted me to make like a very basic platformer, I could do that really quickly, right? Because I've done that many times. I think if you wanted me to, or if you wanted me to write like another like VTuber application, that's easy, right? Because I've done that before. I know how it would work. It's easy. And I also have code to look at, because I've also tried to avoid looking at any reference code, mostly for bragging rights, to say that like this is like pretty much how I would do it, not based off of anyone else's like design, besides like, you know, this is how a UI should look. The actual implementation is my own. I think that's another thing, is I'm not using any reference, which is might be a bad idea. But I think my current implementation is pretty good anyways. And then error checks as well. And then there's been a lot of like UI stuff trying to like fight the editor as well. All right, so boom. And then if we click revert, yeah, look at that. Look at that. So I can hit it with a save, it'll save. If I click off of it, right? Look, this is cached, right? So all my changes are cached. So look at that. So make it purple, something like that. Hit a Control S or just hit save, it doesn't matter. We can load in a different image, go back to it, then we can revert back to the original, hit it with a save again. Oh baby, it's beautiful. I love it. That's sick. And then let's look at the cache. Did the cache get like really big? I hope it didn't. Temp cache. It's one of these. It's friendly potato pixels. Yeah, there we go. And so I just save these things, and then on program start, I clear the cache every single time. So like, good luck, I guess. I could have like a more intelligent cache if you wanted to go back, but I think this is pretty good. Yeah, and I'm thinking what I'm going to do is I'll just make like this thing, all of these things just be like the individual files that are open, I guess. Maybe. Like, so we'll have like open files. So if you click on one of the open files, it will change whatever is currently displayed. And then you'll have settings. Maybe. I don't know. Or maybe like I can have like a tab container here. And then it'll just be like tabs. Yeah, I think tab container makes more sense. Tab container makes more sense. Cache is just a buffer backup, or does it have history, or can have? It's just a direct copy of whatever the image originally was. So it's completely non-destructive. So if you decide that you don't like, you know, you make this change and you save it, and you're like, wait, I didn't mean to do this, you can just revert it. You can do a hard revert. Until you save it? No. Even after you save it. So I can revert. Basically whenever. And it'll always take the original that was used on startup. I think it's one of those things just to get around like a possible, like something broke in the editor. So, because of course if something broke in the editor, you wouldn't want like the destructive change to stick, right? I think that's how I see it, but maybe I could have more complex logic, but we'll do that later. I think that makes sense to me though, right? Is like I think this is especially nice if you just want like a really quick like, oh, let's test this out and then we'll go back to the original and then we'll go into a real editing program and then make your sprites. Or I guess I could like whenever you revert, I like flip the sprites. That could also work. I don't know. I think that potentially sounds very confusing. I think what it's going to do for now is it'll just take a snapshot. You may just make it like save history. Nah, I think that'll get really, really big. That'll get really, really big. Maybe, well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe. It's just pixel art? Well, technically, no. It doesn't have to just be pixel art, by the way. It doesn't have to be just pixel art. So, as an example, I can pull in this really big thing here. So here we go, landscape.png. Look at this, it's huge. Right, this is 16 by 900. So this is fairly large. So this is like a 64 size like brush. So this is no longer like pixel art, this is just regular art. And I need to figure out a better way to do zooming, by the way, because right now it's kind of broken. Because you can't zoom out as much as you would think you would be able to. But that's all right. So that's why I said like this is not just like a pixel art editor anymore. It technically works for just regular textures. Because look, we can also do really small changes as well. So like, so you still have a choice when you save it. So yeah, that's what I'm saying though, is that like, see, I can save it. Boom, it gets saved here. We can go back to the potato. I think whenever we load in a new image, it should recenter you. But then boom, we're back to this giant image. And now we say, okay, let's revert back to what we had before. You know? Then we'll save. And then we just have the reverted image. So that's what I'm saying, is I don't want to just store a copy history, I think. Since this is like really performant for big pictures. Because it's so simple. I think you really should. Yeah, well, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'm not convinced just yet, but we'll get to it. Really should. It's a revision? Yeah, I suppose. But then what does revert do? We'll just keep reverting back to the one earlier? Or does it just revert all your changes to the earliest cached image? Like I'm not sure how that logic should work. I'm not sure how that logic should work. I think it's fine for now anyways. So implement cache is what I've done. So implement cache. Neat. It's like a frame sprite. I'm not sure what that means. What is a frame sprite? On open item, and then image loaded Save util, but not quite doing anything just yet. I think here, what I'm doing right now is I am trying to do like the rerun stuff. So all the sprite stuff needs to be recalculated, I think. I'm trying to figure out how that's supposed to work though. So toolbars, like what do all the toolbar things do when they register? I suppose I can do like a, you know, if not connected, connect. Like frame sprite atlas texture? No. Absolutely not. That sounds complicated. If you want to, yeah, once again, like if you want to do like more complicated stuff, you should use like a real pixel art program, right? Like my program just happens to work, right? But I really should not be depending upon it for like serious artwork. That's not my intent. The pencil is connected. So if not is connected. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Smart brush is connected. Let's just grab all of these. There must be a better way of doing this, but can't think of it right now. We'll just do it like this. So it's basically like init connections, right? So we can have a flag that just checks to see if we are already initted, if we're already registered. So we can do var is registered equals false. Or I guess is already, yeah, is registered once. So I guess is registered is fine, right? So we can do if not is registered, then we'll do all the connection here. Yeah. And at the very end, we'll do is registered true, right? I think that makes sense. We can take these out. Let's see. Okay, connect brush slider. I think that's good. Connect brush size changed. Okay. Okay. Yeah. There we go. So I'll need to do this for everything that implements, or everything that does the register main stuff. So that is in toolbar. I just did that. Menu bar. Let's do that. At this point, they should be extending like a control or some sort of like superclass, but whatever. That's an item for refactoring at some point. So if not is registered, then we'll do all of this stuff. Then is registered. Let's equal to true. So the idea is that I'll be able to take all of this stuff that's in the ready function and then just kind of rerun it. So a really easy copy and paste, more or less, for this stuff. And save util. var is registered. So anything that implements the register main function needs to do this. So if not is registered, do all of this. Beautiful. Okay, now inside of our main function, we will just hit it with like a, let's call it setup, I guess. That's pretty easy. So private function, func setup. Nice. Okay. And I think there might be an error here. Yeah, so on image loaded, I don't want to do this, I think. Let me, On image loaded, I'm thinking. My order of operations is getting like super messed up right now. So we want to call setup here. Thank you for redeeming a hydrate. Oh no more yeet water. Oh, this is true. Because you have redeemed this, I need to go grab some more water. I guess this is also a good time for a bathroom break, because I have been working for roughly 3.5 hours. I'll be live for a little while longer since I don't have work tomorrow. So BRB. Oh, hello, I'm back. Wow, he's back. Oh no, my back. I think my bot's about to go off again. My Discord bot has a tendency to do that. It's a little unstable, if you can believe that. Yeah, because I think the calculation I use for like going live and unlive is not working how I think it's working. So, how unfortunate. Let's keep going. Refresh this thing. Don't mind me just playing a game. Okay. So, setup function. We want to call setup again, more or less, on image loaded. Because that's just, I guess, easier to do. I guess, what things do I have on image? Like, is there like an is locked? How do I know if it's locked or not? Lock. Locks the data for reading and writing access. Sends an error to the console. The image is not locked when reading or writing a pixel. Okay. So, I guess this is fine. To take out a setup and move it back up here. So call setup. That's fine. Yeah. Is it fine? So do toolbar, okay, so this is where having all these classes is starting to bite me now. So toolbar, do you do anything with the sprite? No. Does menu bar do anything with the sprite? I don't think it does. But on image loaded, we'll do all of this stuff, and then why I'm doing this is because I want to call setup here at the very end of image loaded. So whenever you load in a new image, it will, you know, you do all your setup stuff one more time. Let's see. And then also for menu bar, you know what? I need to add like a new, new load, or yeah, just like a new button, right? Because that's probably something that most people would expect, is that you're able to just create an empty image as well. And then so this will also need to be a pop-up. But anyways, before that, let's test the setup logic. Oh no. Invalid call, get with base nil. Is that true? Where? Built-in 73. Undo, redo, just to make sure I'm not crazy. Okay, so built-in 73, something with get with. So it's probably in main. 73. No. Okay, so it's not in menu bar. It's in, or it's not in main. It's probably in toolbar, huh? 73. So 74. 70. No, 73. This is 73. Register main. So oh. Okay. I guess we just need to kind of finagle it like this. Like this order is very specific. This order is intentional. So we can access the image data before locking it for drawing. Yeah. Clear this. Oh, baby. Okay. So we click on icon. Sure. Signal image loaded is already connected to a given method on image loaded in that object. Oh god. It's too big. All right. One error already that I can see. Image loaded. Image loaded is already connected to given method on image loaded in that object. Why is this? Oh, it's because I'm not setting this to true. Haha. So is registered is equal to true. Beautiful. Boom. Output looks good. Clear. Open up potato. Looks good. icon, sure. We can draw on it. How nice. We can save it. We can revert it. We can revert everything and it'll just go back to this position, I guess. It looks like we're slightly offset once more, but I'm not sure why. So I load in icon. Load in potato. Maybe it's not. But when I revert, it gets... Oh. Oh. That's weird. Why does that happen? Like, it pushes it up to the top left. Am I doing anything there? I must be. Oh, I'm setting the position here. Okay. I guess this is something I only need to do once. Or I guess I need to reset the sprite position and then... Okay, so I see. So sprite position is equal to vector to 0. And then we set it. Yeah. So boom. This doesn't actually have anything to revert to. Oh no. Assertion failed, unable to open cache image for reading. Yeah. That's fine. Because it technically does not exist. And then we can go back to potato, draw on it a little bit, revert, draw on it a little bit more. We can save it. See that we draw it, revert, give that a save. It's beautiful. Okay, cool. Neat. Everything's really starting to come together. So git commit. What did we do? I guess make image loading logic better. How do we make it better? I don't know. It feels cleaner to me. So as long as I'm happy, we all win. Let's see. Now I need to do all of the button stuff. Oh, good. So here's the new button. New button, save as, and load will all instantiate like new things for you to click on. So let's see. Unready bar, new button. One of these. So new button. Connect. Pressed. Node. And then on new pressed. Right. How nice. And then might as well be consistent and change all of these to just N. Right. Now in main, let's do this. Start hooking up all of the things that need to be hooked up. To not yet implemented. And then after this, after I do like the new save as and load, I think I'll need to do like the undo redo logic. And that's pretty much it for like the most basic functionality possible. You have the ability to, well, since I'm using the built-in Godot color palette stuff, right? So you just have color palettes here that you can assign yourself. And I'm pretty sure it's auto-saved as well. Like, I'm not actually doing any saving here, but if you close the editor, open the editor again, you'll just have access to these. So that's cool. This doesn't actually save, but that's fine. So I should have this as like the, or I guess I should bundle in like an icon.png. And then manually open that so that we have a path set up at the very start. That's another thing I guess I'll need to do. Let's see, on new pressed. let's do it like this. So func create dir select, or create file select, I suppose. File select file dialog. File dialog. And they'll just return that later. Create file select. One of these, and then we'll add child at some point. And then fs pop up. Ooh, oh, you know what? That's not true. This is not true. This will only work in I guess we can do like get tree, root, add child, and then pop it up there. Yeah, I guess that'll work as well. So I guess that'll work as well. Or we can make this just work implicitly, but then we'll need to hook it up to something to listen for the inevitable input as well. So new file callback. Actually, new, you don't need to have a pop-up. Now I'm thinking about it. Well, you need a different pop-up for new. You need like an options menu, right? Yeah, you would need an options menu. So let's create something for that. I think, yeah, let's create something for that. So this is like probably window dialog, or maybe like confirmation dialog. Dialog for confirmation of actions. Yes, that's exactly what we want. So this is new file dialog. Give that a save. New file dialog. Boom. Add a script to it. Feels good, looks good. So accept dialog, dialog text. So do I just have the VBox? How did I do this for Friendly Potato Project Manager? I did this a few times. Friendly Potato Project Manager. Then we have elements, file dialog. No, this is file dialog. I don't care about file dialog. I need window dialog. So this is the missing data pop up. But that's just a window dialog, but sure. How does this work? So if I add something to this, so if I add like a label, where does that display? Or if I add like a VBox container, where does that display? Oh good, it displays over everything. So this can't be a window dialog, or this can't be a confirmation dialog. This must be a window dialog, sure. Fantastic. So we'll make it full rect just because it's nice. New file dialog is now a window dialog. How nice. So VBox container, what do we have inside of this? So we're looking for some options. Let's do the pretty standard Godot editor. 7, 7, -7, -7. Actually, I think the Godot editor is like 10, 10 on the top and bottom, I think. Or is it on left and right? I don't remember. Let's do 10, 7, 10, 7. Or 10, 7, -10, -7, right? So let's grab the VBox. This is nice to have. Actually, we don't need to grab the view box. Let's not get hasty. At the very bottom though, for sure, you'll have an HBox container with 2 buttons inside of it. So there's accept and cancel. So this is accept. And then cancel. And then the size flags need to be very specific. So this is cancel. There we go. Let's see. It's like we want it to expand, shrink center. Then you should also expand, shrink center. Yeah. I know what I'm doing. Kind of. I know things sometimes. Window title, so new file. Resizable, sure, why not? That's up to you. I'm not the boss of you. So, confirmation, confirm buttons. Yeah, there we go. Onready var, accept button. Onready var, cancel button. Cancel button. Yeah, there we go. Pretty easy to hook up and then also unhook up. On accept pressed. And then on cancel press. So on cancel press is pretty easy. That just means that we'll queue free it. Additionally, we'll want to connect to hide. Or is it pop-up hide? Yeah, either one of these, it doesn't matter. On hide. What's hide do on pop-ups? Pop-up hide, and then I'm assuming just like controls have a regular hide. Maybe not. Is that a canvas item thing? Do you disconnect on queue free? You do, yeah. I'm pretty sure you do anyways. I'm assuming queue free like hooks everything up for you. But I'm not sure. I suppose I've never looked at the actual connection counts after a queue free, but I'm assuming you automatically disconnect on a queue free. It's impossible to check if you get an error if you don't disconnect on a queue free, because the object it's connected to no longer exists. But I'm assuming that when you call free on something, Godot's internal like garbage collector, not really a garbage collector, but you know what I'm saying, automatically cleans up all that stuff anyways. On hide. Alright, so we only need to implement this one, by the way. So accept button, connect, pressed. On accept, pressed. Yeah. The reason why I think that you don't need to manually disconnect on a queue free is because like you can make like a really simple like bullet hell kind of game. But even though you're spawning like tons of bullets all at the same time, I don't think any of the examples that I've seen ever manually disconnected when they were destroying the bullets, right? If they had the bullets set up in such a way that, you know, the bullets themselves were looking for collisions. But maybe I'm wrong. So on hide, we'll just queue free it. So this just go away. Then on accept pressed, that's a bit more complicated. I think it just works. Yeah, I think it should just work. Yeah, but I've never checked, so. I've never checked. I've never looked at the code either. Cleverly designed way. I believe connections are just like a big, like hash map of like things that are connected to other things or things that have connections. And so there must be like some sort of like callback. So when you take something out of the hash map, it runs through all the other things it's connected to and disconnects it from there. That's what makes sense to me. So it's a map of just things that are mapped to other things with like a cleanup thing. At least on the back end. Because otherwise, how would it know if things are already connected to each other, right? So pressed, on accept pressed. What do we want to do here? Probably want to emit a signal. Signal. I'll just call it like confirmed. Confirmed with some sort of data. And that data will be probably just the dictionary, right? We'll try Godot 4 tomorrow again on my project. Nice. Godot 4 alpha. Haven't tried it. I've tried the previous like pre-alphas, just like compiling it myself. I can never get the environment stuff to work, but I have to assume it's like using the OBS like graphics hook for some reason. I'm not sure why. I always get like a pretty bad error whenever I start Godot 4, and I think it's I've seen it be because of like the OBS hooks into your graphics library and it replaces some stuff. So who knows? Maybe I'll just need to like uninstall OBS or something if I want to use Godot Alpha. Try the new alpha. I'm pretty sure it's still occurring. Yeah. Map on map on map. On map on map. It's too forgotten to load right. Let's type Joe to see it. I'm not sure what that means, but I wish you the best of luck regardless. People say it's much better. Yeah, I don't know. Like I've gotten updates on the issue I filed. Oh, I didn't file the issue, but it's one of these, right? So it's this issue. What is my graphics card? I have a 3080. I have a nice setup now. So like, here's me. I think other people have this sometimes as well. Maybe not. Or at least no one responded to me. But I have a NVIDIA 3080. Paid a lot of good money for it, unfortunately. So, let's see. This will be canvas size. That's pretty much it, right? Like canvas size, so on confirmed or on accept press, we'll just emit signal confirmed. Hold on. Pass for now. Let's start building out the various options that you would actually want. And then this one should be expand, shrink, end. I don't know, $1,500? I'm not sure. I bought my computer, like I bought a pre-made. Because I couldn't find like a graphics card for pretty cheap. So, you know, if I couldn't find the graphics card for cheap, I might as well just buy a pre-made. Because I'm, you know, at least then you have the guarantee that they're not gonna mess it up. So, I think mine was about $3,500, $3,500, which is, you know, I'm paying $3,500 just to play video games. I don't play video games. I think it's been the only video games I play are pretty much only play Genshin Impact. I pretty much only play Genshin Impact. I'm a degenerate. Otherwise, I'm programming or doing other stuff. Now, I have an AMD Ryzen 7 5800X, 8 cores, 2 virtual cores for 16 total. Oh, baby. Look how fast it is. I used to just be streaming from a laptop. So, it was a nice upgrade. We're moving up in the world, as they say. See, what would you expect from something like this? I think if we do HBox container, right? Like so, and then we'll add label, size flags expand, and then we'll have a VBox container. So this will be your like size, I guess. So expand. She's 8 years old, waiting for Zen 4, I guess. Yeah, waiting for the graphics card, just the global chip shortage to go down. For everyone's supply chain stuff to figure themselves out. A 2080? 2080 is not bad. 2080 is not bad. I think the laptop I was streaming on before had like a 2060 or 2070, so. Not bad at all. Canvas size. Then we'll have 2 HBox containers in here, which will follow the same kind of format. So label, size flags, expand, and then this will be a line edit. So boom, expand. So this label will be, or yeah, this label will be, I'm not sure. I'm okay. Yeah. Is your CPU all right? I know that RAM is one of the easier things to upgrade, but most people don't actually need more RAM. Like, I feel like once you get, like, if you're gaming, you really only need like 8 gigs. If you're streaming and gaming, 16 gigs. So not too bad. I have 32 gigs, but that's because I, do a lot of stuff. I do lots of compiling and running at the same time. Most people aren't compiling software. 4770 can. All right, that's not bad. That's not bad. It's overclockable at the very least, I think. 32 gigs of RAM, pretty sick. So you don't need to use any swap either. So canvas X, and this will be canvas Y. So this is X, Y. I suppose like these don't need to be expand. That's all right. So when this pops up, it'll look pretty okay, I guess. Line edits, and then we'll just have to grab these later. So on ready. Using Revit and ArchiCAD, they're so slow. I don't know. I'm not an architect, but I can believe it. Architect or mechanical engineering. I'm not in any engineering profession, so I'm not familiar with any of the CAD softwares. My cousin's an engineer, but I don't know. More of the subtly awkward type, I guess. So this is canvas Y, canvas Y. CAD software is crap. Yeah, I can believe that. Also, there's like tons of like competing CAD softwares. It's almost like the 3D modeling thing, right? Where everyone's 3D modeling. Like you learn on one piece of software and then it doesn't really transfer over to anything else. There's a lot of lock-in, it feels like. Imagine opening 5 Photoshops or compiling 3 GCs at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. I believe it for sure. You know, it's like for these specialized pieces of software, like you need to be like a good software engineer or programmer, whatever you want to call them, and also like just like a regular good engineer at the same time. Because there's some intricacies that, you know, you just can't communicate. You know, that's not always the case. CAD isn't designed to run a new mobile PC. Yeah, it's supposed to run inside like a workstation, right? It's designed to run inside of a workstation. Emit signal. Confirmed. Yeah, where like a workstation has like the specialized, the fancy graphics card or something like that. Isn't that true? Like it has one of those like fancy NVIDIA thingies. Yeah. I've seen it before. I'll recognize it if I see it, but I don't. You know, I've looked at it and I was like, that'd be really cool to have, but I don't know what I would ever use that for. So, let's see, var x value, so currently a string, equal to canvas x dot text var y value string canvas y dot text. Yeah, it handles geometry effectively, so unlike gaming hardware, yeah. Well, I'm assuming that they're just tooled to handle like I'm assuming like gaming hardware is meant for, you know, drawing vertices like really well, whereas opposed to CAD software is for calculations. I don't really know after that. I think I know your problem about Vulkan. Oh, I absolutely know what the problem with Vulkan is, right? Is because OBS has a graphics hook that's intercepting some Vulkan calls. And then Godot doesn't play nice with that. But I think it doesn't play nice with a lot of things. Now, why exactly, I have no idea, but... Or how exactly it's finding the OBS graphics hook. Like, I've seen this, there was an issue about it created in the GitHub repository for OBS. Like, someone was really mad, so they didn't, like, provide any details. They just were like, your software breaks our software using Vulkan. I was like, all right. I think there are environment relatives that can solve that, but not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I haven't looked too much into it. Probably should once Godot 4 becomes more mature, but... Is valid floats. Well, actually, hold on. We can just do this, right? I can connect to canvas X and canvas Y. Canvas X connect as a text changed self on canvas size changed canvas Y, connect it to the same thing, right, on canvas size changed, some sort of text. If, all right, and then we can set accept button disabled is equal to text is valid float, not text is valid float. Yeah, so if text is a valid float, then it'll be not, wait, if text is a valid float, wait, if text is a valid float, then it'll be true, then it'll be not true, which is false. Wait, a text is a valid float. Then it'll be not true, which is false. Disabled is false, which means that we can click accept. That's like 3 layers deep of not false. Is OBS using Vulkan or try to capture desktop maybe? It's because of, I don't know, I mean, you can probably Google it, right? It's like OBS, Vulkan, hook. Something like that. I don't know. API issues. There's some things. Don't remember. You can Google it though. I've seen it before. It's an issue on there. Don't you want to cast text to float? Oh yeah, we do. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to do here. So we'll do canvas x float text, right? And then here float text. So we're just doing some niceties for, but is on valid float line? Well, why would I want to do that? What's the benefit of casting it to a float here? You know, like I only send the signal when I press the confirm button, you know? So I only need the check. So here I'm just doing an unsafe cast to float. Right, because I've already checked here whenever I change the line edit. Whenever I change the line edit, I check to see if it's a valid float. Does it always be string by type? Yes, it will always be a string. This is true. That's why I'm checking to see if it's a valid float. And then here, I don't need the check because I've already checked here. That's a difference. So I can guarantee that it will be a valid float. And then I can also put in, I don't know, just sensible defaults. 32, 32. I will not make that configurable for now. Although I will have the placeholder, so the canvas width, canvas height. Yeah. So default to 32 by 32. I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that's it. But like strings can never be valid float since it's not a float. Well, it's, can you convert it to a valid float, right? I mean, this is like a string thing. So if this string contains a valid float. So this dynamic language. Well, even in like non-dynamic languages, right? Like Java, you can create a new double or float value from a string. You can create anything from strings. You just need to parse it. So that's in any language, really. So if it's parsable as a float, that's just what it's checking, and then we'll parse it as a float here in float. Yeah, here we go. New file dialog. When we click on main new, we'll do, hold on. var fs, or this is a pop-up, is equal to load this thing. Kind of dislike just having this file path here. I'm going to move this to the top. Am I using any other direct file paths? Some places. It's usually fine. Alright. This is bothering me, so we're gonna const new file pop-up path. Nice. New file pop-up path. Not that much shorter, but it makes me feel better about myself. Which is really the only thing that matters, right? Const setup util path. Go, and we'll replace everything here. Yeah, the way I approach constants is that if it's just like a string value that's not a signal, like a file path, it should be a constant. If it's one of these kind of like initialized variables, it's okay because it's pretty much in the same place as the constant. Get the asset fun coding. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. That's one of the assets that someone made for the game jam, add-on jam that I'm in. Godot Add-on Jam. I saw it. I saw it. Yeah, fun coding. Where is it? Fun coding, yeah. They actually had the same idea as me. Where I guess they did take some code from something else, which is like, if you look at their GitHub, fun coding. Yeah, ridiculous coding, which is then also based off of something else entirely. Actually, it's not based off text stream. There's like another like VS Code extension that does almost the same thing. But this EXP bar was something I was like, man, that's something that I think lots of people would be into, especially in combination with my project manager tool, so that you can just add plugins to across projects really easily, as opposed to having to copy and paste plugins into every single project that you make. Right. And then, you know, you make it so it's works cross projects, so you always accrue EXP when you know, program more and more. I'm assuming that their implementation just gives you EXP for typing in random letters. Where do I get that one? Oh, so my project, it's just this weird potato thing. Like this. What is this? Dual barrel roll. Actually, it's not really a barrel roll. That's just bizarre. Actually, that's an aileron roll, not a barrel roll. A barrel roll would be like a full flip. Spinning in place is an aileron roll. How do you say it? Aileron roll. How do you say it? Aileron roll. Aileron. Yeah. But here's my entry. Here's one of my entries. It's not really technically an add-on, and I'm still working on it as well. But it should be more or less stable for general use. That's what I've been using anyways. It's not super useful if you don't have a lot of plugins, of course. If you have some like project templates that you like to use, it could be useful for you as well. So I also have project templates I like to use. So I really only have like the two templates though, which is like standard and then like C#. Let's see. New pressed, new file pop up. Do all of this. All right, pop up, connect, confirmed self on new file confirmed, something like that. And then this will be canvas size, some sort of vector 2. I think this might be a bit tough since I don't have... How do you just create like an arbitrary texture of a given size? I'm not familiar with that. Image. Can I just create a new image with like empty data? Is that something I can do? One line thing? What's a one line thing? Oh yeah, you can resize. And then if you don't have any data, then what? what happens. I'm not familiar with what's supposed to happen. Oh, okay, so you can do like image creates fill command. It creates it. So fill, yeah, no, I need to create with a certain height and width. I think I want creates. Creates an empty image of given size and format. You see format constraints. Probably don't want MIP maps. I think this is what I want. So new file confirmed. We'll do var new image new, then new image. Well, we'll just call it image, right? Because there's image creates. Let's see, it'll be canvas size X, canvas size Y, MIP maps, false, formats. Oh geez. What's the one that everyone uses? Or if you load in just a random image, what is it? What is it generally loaded as? How hard will it be to create a new function for the jam? What do you mean a new function for the jam? RGB 8? Alright, I'll trust you on that. Or is RGB A 8s, right? Yeah, RGB 8s. And then I'll just call on, I'll directly call on image loaded, basically. This is our new image. And then I guess you'll just have to call save as. Got more PNGs. Oh, baby. Did you happen to steal a bunch of NFTs? Actually, those are JPEGs, not PNGs. My bad. Alright, you're getting too large again. Control yourself. We'll make you chonky again. Lose a little bit of weight. You're on a diet now. I have no way of preventing you from doing this, I suppose, but I can just run the command manually or reset your scale. So on image loaded, I think I'll also need to let's see. What do I want to do here? So when you create a new file, I don't know. I mean, let's just see what happens. Oh, hold on. New file dialog. Ready. Then we'll want to pop up centered. No, pop up. I guess it's pop-up centered. Yeah, that's probably what I want. We'll enable it. Look at that. New. Okay. Non-existent function new in base pack scene. What happened? That was a custom command, the other one wasn't? Oh, you got me. Well, you know, that's what you get for spamming. I take no responsibility for this. All right. So I think we're good. Clear. Go back to pixels. New. All right. It's probably not good. Click new again. I don't see anything. Is it because I'm on? No. What was that? How do I just pop up something? That's what I want to know. How do I pop up something? How do I pop up something? How do I pop up something? Has, get state, undo, redo. None of these are what I want. Maybe I just want to add this to the editor interface. Like I probably should not just be like adding this to the roots object. That's probably not the greatest idea. Yeah, that's probably what's happening. Maybe. Never seen that function? Which function? pop-up. I'm very familiar with most of the pop-up functions. I guess I can try like pop-up ratioed and see if this works. So we just add it to the tree. Should just work. Nope. Now we have an orphan. What is it? Is it get? Or is it plugin? Get. Just add child. Just add child, I suppose. And then this should just pop up over everything, maybe? No? Is this not hooked up? Did I not hook up? Is this stuff not hooked up? It might not be. Let's add a breakpoint. Or not a breakpoint, we'll just print. Hello. That's a good one. My favorite one. Boom. Hello. Yeah, we are popping up something. It's just not displaying. I'm not sure where it is. Just add to scene and hide it. What do you mean? We're starting to leak memory, but that's okay. Get editor interface. I don't know. Maybe we hit it with a plugin. Get editor interface. Add child, and we can just add it straight to the editor interface and see if that works. Nope. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere. It's definitely somewhere. How does the standard Godot thing work with the pop-ups? Like this is, I am calling pop-up centered ratio on it. Instead of instancing it, add it to the scene tree. I am adding it to the scene tree. What? Yeah, add child. Or are you saying like add it to like this literal scene tree on the side? That would be very strange. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Like I know it works, right? Like it exists. It's a thing, for sure. I just need to figure out how to make a editor plugin like just display something. I thought get tree root would be the most functional across both of these things. Like I know this will probably work, right? Yeah. So this works. It's very ugly, by the way. But you can click off of it and it goes away. Right? But then this one doesn't. So I'm thinking it must be like suppressed or something. So it's like, I don't know. Is there a way to force draw a control over other things? Like I want this to draw like the most on top. Z index. Well, I don't think, do these have a Z index? I don't think these have a Z index. It's only no 2Ds. No 2Ds have a Z index. Yeah. But controls don't have a Z index. So that's not gonna work. I could add it to the main screen, I guess. Well, no, that's what I was doing already, so that doesn't make any sense. I wonder if Godot is just suppressing a pop-up. So Godot editor plugin pop-up. Pop-up windows in docked plugin. There we go. I use right mouse button signal. And you're using show instead of pop-up, try pop-up. That's what I'm doing. Like I shouldn't need to call visible. Pop-up already makes it pop up. I could try that. I don't think that, I'm pretty sure this doesn't do anything. Visible equals true. Sure. Sure, sure, sure. Oh, you know what? I got it. I got it. I'm mad. I'm mad, but I got it. So this needs to be a tool script. I'm not happy about that though. So anything that's a plugin needs to be converted into a tool script. How annoying. That's the reason. It is 100% the reason. It's because, yeah, anything that's added to the scene tree needs to be a tool script. Otherwise, it won't work. I keep forgetting that. That's probably the most annoying part about working with plugins. So here we go. So it would be plugin, tools, inject tool into pop-up, and then we'll connect all this stuff. And then inside a dummy plugin, I'll need to also like fake this function, I guess. So one of these, and then this will just intentionally do nothing. All right, so that should work. Added to scene tree means anything that isn't added still works. Static functions, yeah, I'm pretty sure anything that doesn't require like being in the scene tree. Because scene tree, if you're in the scene tree, you have several functions that are just implicitly called. So I think if I, here, in new pressed, right? So if I manually called ready, I think it would still work. But then it would, there were several things that would break between, I think there's just a lot of things that would break at that point. Because yeah, I'm kind of relying on a node and like node properties to work as you would expect to work in the scene tree. Sure, only scripts explicitly require tool? No, only node scripts explicitly required tools. So if you have like if you have anything that's a reference or an object doesn't require tool. So like you can see like blit doesn't actually require tool because it's not running anything. But anything that you're using ready, or you're using GUI inputs, or you're using exit tree, you need to convert into a tool script. Yeah. Anything that works off of the built-in scene tree functions, you need to convert into tool. That's just something I need to internalize. Yeah, there we go. Oh, geez, this is horrible. What the heck? Why is it so small? Until it's a tool, it isn't instanced. Well, that's not true. It is instanced, but then it doesn't run any scene tree functions. So then, like, nothing happens unless you manually call ready. You need to manually call process somewhere. So it's just a big pile of worms. Because those functions, I think they implicitly call other functions. So that's not something that you would want to just casually do. So here, I don't think I want to do root add child. I think I want to do get editor or plugin get editor interface. That might be a bit better. No, it's still like ultra tiny because this is using my built-in like display scaling, which is really, really high. Maybe like get editor viewport would make it slightly more tolerable. This will break the standalone build. Yeah, okay. So that's much better. This is what I'm expecting, by the way. The standalone build is now broken, but that's okay for now. Pop-up centered. I think this is okay. Oh, geez. That's way too big. Undo me. Still giga big. Yeah, well, I can make it like half, and that'll be okay. So half. That's a lot better. But now I need to modify the dummy plugin so that this isn't just horrible. So dummy editor interface. Do I want to have a separate file path here? So like if, you know, engine get editor hints. Nah, I don't think I want to. That's just another thing to maintain. You're getting very good at Godot Add-on Jam. I'm starting to internalize things. Yeah, I just need to do things. I mean, that's how I learn things, right? I do them until, you know, you just kind of have the muscle memory for what feels correct and what's not correct. But I think we need to dummy this out. So get editor viewport. Turn editor viewport. Add child. I'm pretty sure I can override add child, but I don't think that's a good idea because it's not a virtual function. Editor viewport. Let me think. I saw someone that made a huge add-on for their game. Was it the magic one? Manage game assets in database. I saw there was like the kind of like little hand-drawn looking game with the magician and stuff. And they made like a really cool like level editor add-on for their game. It's a farming simulator. I also made I made a database add-on for, or it's not an add-on, it's just like a standalone database thing for translation management. It wasn't very good, but just how it goes sometimes. All right, I think this is good. Ooh. Oh no. Main isn't declared in the current scope. That's a bit tough. Extends dummy. Dummy extends object. Let me think. Amount of work they made is like 6 months of work. Yeah. I think people like to make tools as opposed to actually making games. I think that's why like you'll see like, oh, I was working on this tool for my game for like years, and it's like, yeah, but how much of your time did you actually spend like making your game? And I'm guilty of the same thing, right? Where I just won't do stuff. Right, I won't, you know, properly work on my game. I'll just work on tools like I'm doing right now. And don't worry. I can see that I have an error. I'm just trying to think of a good way to do this. Just trying to think of a good way to do this. Func and knit. Some sort of node. Var main, which is some sort of node. Yeah, okay, this is how I'm gonna do it. So that's okay. And then get editor interface, we'll just pass in main like that. All right. All right. Oh, actually, and then since we're doing that, we might as well just pass this along to all the other dummies. Might as well, just in case. So this will also take in main. Yeah, there we go. I prefer to do anything with just enough implementation. Yeah, I don't know. It's like working on tools, right? Like I've said this a million times before, but working on tools is just easier because, you know, you work on a tool. If it works, it works. You know, it's very easy to measure whether or not a tool is actually, you know, good or not. Is if the tool does its job, then it's a good tool. Whereas a game, you know, you implement something. Yeah, you did it, but like, is the game fun? You know, there's like, it's 2 layers deep now, and it's much harder to define, you know, what's fun. Like, yeah, sure, you implemented a, you know, a jumping mechanic, but if the jumping mechanic isn't fun, then you didn't actually implement it, you know? Alright, that looks good. And then this should also just work. Invalid call to function new in base GD script expected 0 arguments. That's not true. What do you mean? Is this something I need to refresh the editor again? Or reload current project? Alright, let's reload it. Send me. Alright, hold on. Func init. Isn't this is how you do... Expected at most 0. Isn't this how this is how this works, isn't it? No? Or is it like n node and then we can pass it along to the super implementation like that? Isn't that how that works? I don't remember, but I should probably Google it. All right, that's how it works. He's done it. All right, same error. Yeah, another thing also, if it's a team and you're the coder, you make tools for the artists to use. I think that's the reason for the most part. Yeah, it's for like tools for the artists and the designer. So once again, it's the programmers are carrying the entire team more or less. But oftentimes you'll have like a huge amount of designers and artists and whatever, but there's like maybe like 2 programmers that are doing everything. I suppose, though, it is harder to scale up a team of programmers, right? Because, like, programmers, it's like there's a ton of things that you need to keep track of. Like, how does this work? How does this work? How does this work? How does this work? Whereas, you know, I guess artists, what do you need to do? You need to, like, what tools are we agreeing to use? What's the art style? And then I guess, like, the naming convention. Naming convention, I guess, how do you do the, you know, art for like this particular thing? I'm sure there's other things like how do you store materials or like optimal material usage, but then that's also like going back to the programmer side as well. All right, let's give this another try. My mouse inputs are not working for the cancel and build. It's been that for a bit, I think. Yeah, I can believe it. I can believe it. Have you tried adding print statements? Those are pretty good. Just trying to see if you actually get real mouse inputs. Sometimes it's hard to tell. You know, you have it defined, but you don't know if you're actually, you know, receiving real mouse input. Yeah, so just prints. You know, all you need to do is like, does this work? Say hello. And if you don't say hello, then you know that you need to keep going back up, you know, the function call chain and see like where can you get like a print statement to actually work, right? So you just keep going up and up and up and up. So you're you know, basically backtracking. Like how do you you know, if you lose an item, if you drop your wallet, how do you find your wallet? Of course, you retrace your steps, and that's the same way that you, I kind of approach debugging. That's how I approach debugging if we're just using print statements, right? Like if you drop your wallet, you lose your wallet, you're not just gonna like look randomly. 100% retrace your steps. So like, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Print Bob, very good. Let's see. I think these are all good. Let's start implementing. Well, okay. Still need to implement new. So new, accept. I can't see anything, but I guess that's something I need to change, is like actually have like a gray background. That's pretty easy to change. Or like a gray like a backing background to the whatever this is, I guess. But that works. And then I technically should be able to save this. I might need to mess with the thing. So like if like check to see if there's a current path to save to. If there's not, then do the same thing as save as. Yeah, I like that idea. But really quick, we'll go to main. We'll change the background. What's the standard? The prints are not even working. So yeah, just keep going up the call chain. So what calls the function that you're currently in, right? And then in that function that's calling your function, you know, put a print statement there and see if you like, do you get to that point, right? So like if I wanted to test out like save pressed, right? On save pressed, you know, print hello. And then if I don't get print hello, then I need to track down what's calling save pressed, right? Just func unhandled input event. Do you have any control nodes? Any controls? All the controls are usually color-coded green. If you do have control nodes, it's 100%. It's 100% the control nodes. That's something that you need to keep track of. Is control nodes in Godot will stop your input unless you set them to ignore. So there are instances where you want them to stop input. There are instances where you don't want to stop. You might have been there for the 1 hour saga of me trying to figure out why my mouse input was being ignored. I finally figured it out though. And once again, it's because of the control nodes. So if you have a control node, it's your control node. Almost certainly. So yeah, I don't know. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. What's the standard background, by the way, for like the gray background? Let's open up Pixel Edit, and then we'll just kind of cheat. Like, what's this color? What's this color? What is this color? Does Godot, will Godot just give me this color? You think it will? If I do one of these. All right, I didn't think so. I tried. Click there. Give me one of these. It's like the kind of like standard Godot ugly gray. So paste it into here. That's okay. Ugly gray. Pretty ugly. It might be better to just go with like the standard background blue. Maybe. This isn't bad though. It's not bad. We'll create a new 32 by 32. Oh. I should probably fill it with like white, I guess. Yeah, alright. Or no. This is where the layers would come into practice. What's the standard background blue? How do I get a color picker in Windows? It worked. Was it the control nodes? Was I right? It's all right. You don't need to tell me. I know I'm right. Isn't there like a color picker in like Windows Power Toys? Let's see. Color picker. How do I Win Shift C? Win Shift C. Okay. Win Shift C. Win Shift C. That was Win Shift W. Alright, give me this. Thank you for your color. Much appreciated. Send it. Oh, this is just 3333. Wow. What a great color. Yeah, this is not bad. Have a debug error of just 1. Get pixel index 900 is out of bounds. Height 900. Where did this come from? Will it go away if I just run it again? You should try ridiculous coding. I know what it is. I've worked with similar things before. It's cool for a little bit, but it's also just very annoying to look at. It's very distracting. I'm already like pretty distracted on account of having to try to keep a coherent train of thought and also just program at the same time. Like how many other programmer streamers out there do you think are able to talk intelligently about any topic and also like keep working at the same time? It got sounds? Yeah, absolutely not. All right, let me be right back. I'm gonna refill my drink. Hello, I'm back. You might be asking, well, that was really quick. And then you would be 100% correct because I've switched the locations of my current place's like office and living room. So now my living room is in my office. My office is now in my living room. So my man cave is just absolutely enormous. It's probably like severely impacting my my productivity, but let me tell you, it is nice having like just a huge office. It's like a big O-shape office basically, or a U-shape office. TV behind me, L-shaped desk, kitchen. Oh baby. It is nice being a single male. He says as he cries himself to sleep. No. Not entirely true. Right clicking is not canceling the tower preview. Have you considered adding a print statement? How do I add? Oh, that's something I need to do. Okay. All right, so let's git add add-ons. Git. All right, so you did add a print statement. So what happened? Git commits, add new file pop-up. change background color. It did not work. Have you considered going farther up the call chain? So are you even able to get the right click inputs? So if we're looking at your thing again, look at this, still have it open. So do you have, I'm assuming, actually I don't know. Do you have this action enabled for right clicking? Did you add, you know, mouse button right, I think it's called, to UI cancel? Wait, why is build mode equal to false? why is build mode equal to false? I don't really know what that's supposed to be doing, but I feel like that looks a bit suspect as well. Let's see. I think I need to put all of these on layers. So each layer, I remember I defined this before. Yeah, so each layer has a base sprite and a transform sprite. So let's see. That is true. That is tour. Very nice. 10 out of 10 spelling. Proud of you. Let's see, menu. So const layer path. Oh geez, okay. Hold on. Layer path is not just the dot, it's the layer. It's true. Oh, thank you, thank you. I wasn't sure what you typed until you corrected your spelling. You could probably type like a million permutations of true, like plus or minus like maybe 2 characters. I could still assume what you meant. Don't worry. Reading comprehension out of this world. Math skills, pretty bad. But as long as we're talking about reading comprehension, it doesn't even need to be valid English. I can still figure it out from the vibe. So when we create layer stuff, so this is the hard part, is now I need to add support for multiple layers. So instead of like opening up with just the Godot icon, I think I should open up with just an empty scene with an empty background layer, maybe. Or no, I should just open up with like an empty layer, right? Yeah. Yeah. Logger error. Stubbed. Let's see. I think we need like a create layer. That's a good one. Create layer, which will give back a node to D. So var layer is equal to load this thing, layer path, and then we'll instance it in return layer. Easy. Now here's the question: is what am I supposed to do with this? Like this thing has 2 sprites in it, and then also just has these available to be accessed, which is good. How do you save layers? I'm still thinking about that. I'm still thinking about that. I guess for now, we'll also just stub this out, so it doesn't do anything just yet. We'll add a to-do as well. Maybe just in the meantime, I'll just fill in, like, when I create the new image. We'll just do image, fill, color, white. That'll be good enough, I guess. Like, layers are definitely something I want to have, for sure. I like the idea of layers. I just need to think about it. Boom. Yeah, this is actually not bad. And then I think having an eraser would be nice to have. And so it would start showing you like the transparent background, I guess. Maybe just save it as a scene? Nah. I think I know how I would want to save layers. We'll just have like a, you know, just define my own file format. Easy. That's actually a horrible idea, but I'm kind of considering it. So the code on GitHub has been updated in all caps. Nice. What are you showing me on GitHub though? I pressed the wrong button. I think you added one thing. Hold on. We can look at the commit. Look at that. It's beautiful. This is not working. Sure, this is working. This is not working. Very good. Very good. What happens if you take out build mode true? What is build mode supposed to be doing? Can you explain to me what build mode is doing? Like, when does build mode... Oh, okay. Equals true. Cancel build mode equals false. When do you ever get into... When do you turn on build mode? Initiate build mode? When do you turn off build mode? Cancel build mode? Yeah. When does initiate build mode get called? Okay, so it's on pressed. Okay. So on pressed, you turn on build mode. That makes sense. And then on cancel build mode, you turn off build mode. Yeah, okay, sure. Are you saying it's not working? I noticed that you're doing on action released, which is a bit weird. Can you do it on action pressed? If you do it on action pressed, it's probably going to be more correct. Or it's closer to what you're expecting. Because on action released, it's when you click and then you unclick is what you're looking for, is unreleased. So it's like the up motion is what you want. But for whatever reason you're using the down motion is what you want, but for whatever reason you're using the up motion. I think up motion makes sense if you are like selecting a button, perhaps, but if you're looking for like instant input, you want action pressed. Same thing? It's not the same thing actually. Oh, but you're saying it's the same results. So can you take off the build mode part? If you take off the build mode part, what do you get? Or the build mode check, if you will. You know what? That's what I need layers for. So I like what I just did, by the way. What I just did is just fill it with a default color, which is good. So git status, git commit add all, creates new canvas with default color white. All right, there we go. Just tried that one. You know, tried is spelled with like an IE. So it's like T-R-I-E-D. Tried. It's not like tried. There's very few words in English that are like maintain the Y. Usually if you have like, you know, if you have party, then it becomes partied. Y becomes an I. If it's dirty, becomes a dirtied. something like that. I've noticed that. Just for future reference. My spelling's so damn weird. Yeah. English is a tough language for sure. It's very irregular. Very irregular. I'm trying to think, is there a word in English? Yeah, I think the only word in English that might, or the only word that I can think of right now is died and then died. But that's mostly because it's die and died, which are homonyms. They sound the same, but spelled differently. Intentionally spelled differently because they imply the other word, I suppose. And then something has died. Oh, I suppose, oh, that's actually a bit weird. Has died. If something died, you would say it has died just now, which is like it's continuous past tense. By the way, what I'm going to work on right now is I guess the input preview. So you'll get like just a pixel that follows you around, so you don't have to guess where you're about to draw. I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, so if something has died, then yes, implying that something is now deceased. I guess just now, in the past, in the past, but like the recent past, which is what has implies. But you could also say it was like you were dyeing something, like dyeing something a different color. Or like if a cat spilled ink on a piece of paper, you would say it has dyed the piece of paper. But it's like a different, it's like a different tense. It's a different tense. It's the two words with different tenses though. But the tense changes the word. That is strange. I need to look that up. That's interesting. Don't forget the eraser. Oh yeah, I'll need the eraser as well. We'll get around to the eraser. We'll get around to everything. Don't worry, we gotta take things one at a time. Take things one at a time. It's easy to ask for features. It's harder to actually implement the feature. I think the biggest thing right now is to instantiate the layers instead of just having a sprite just kind of hang out. So, let's see. Canvas. Yeah, so I want to maintain the canvas, but we no longer want to just use the sprites, I think. So the sprite's one of the things that's going to go away. So that's separated out. Here, we'll do onReady var. Well, no. We'll have var. Yeah. We'll do onReady var layers, which is no2d is equal to layers. So yeah. And so instead of just having the sprites like hang out, what we'll do is we'll create an empty layer, and then I just realized since we're adding layers, I need to inject tool into every. I need to inject it. Alright, this sucks. I hate it already. Plugin, inject tool, layer. There we go. It's beautiful. I hate that. Add a nuke tool. Isn't that just like the new file? Isn't just pressing the power off button on your computer the ultimate nuke tool? Comes standard on every single computer. How nice. You know, insert joke about press any button to continue. User presses off button. 0 out of 10 game. let's see. Create layer. That's tough. That's tough. What am I supposed to do? So this just instantiates a layer and then also injects the tool script into it. I think that's it. That's all we want the layer to do. I could give it like initial images. It's like a more powerful version of the eraser tool. It erases everything, that's why it's the nuke tool. Isn't that just like Control A, delete? If there was like a way to select pixels. Oh, and then also, because we're talking about draw layer, so there's the base sprite, the transform sprite, and then maybe like the, I guess I would have to have like a view layer on top of that. Yeah, I'm not adding tools that are like ultra specific. I think if you would like to have an ultra specific tool, you can write it yourself. It is not really my problem. You know, the code's gonna be free and open source. So let's see, create layer. Has back. Okay, hold on. We can do is blank, which is going to be some sort of bool. True. Yes. Yes. And so this is shark. This is shark. It got layers. What? I don't know what that means, but yes, I agree. If not is blank. Okay. So layer will have to have like initial image, or it'll have to have like you know, var base image, some sort of image, and then also var transform image, and then I guess like input image as well. Var input image. Shrek. Oh, there we go. Just Shrek. Isn't it supposed to be like it's like an onion that has layers? Shrek. Does Shrek have layers? It's like an ogre. It's like an ogre. I guess. Yeah, you know what? I got whooshed. You got me. Shrek's an ogre. Ogres have layers. I get it, because ogres like onions or something like that. Darn millennials. If input image is not null, then we can do base image is equal to input image duplicate transform. I guess we don't need any like transform image. We'll work with it later. Yeah, and then the transform sprite will also not be visible for now, so we'll just have the base sprite, something like that. You mean zoomer? Yeah, zoomers. I'm sorry. OBS stream chat does not contain the entire message. I apologize. I needed to look to my other thing. These darn zoomers. I'm a millennial. I don't know any of these. I've seen Shrek a long, long time ago. Let's see, what am I doing here? We need to create an image texture and then set the texture on the sprite. Yes. What was the code there? It was some sort of texture create from image. Beautiful. So func create texture. So static function create texture from some sort of image. And then that's will 100% return an image texture. So return texture. What does create from image do? This is create from image. It's a void thingy. That's fine. Pretty sick. Image. It was done in 2001. It's 20 years old. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I am in my mid-20s, so the math checks out. I was about of appropriate age to see Shrek. I don't know if I feel like I saw it out in theaters, but maybe not. I saw Toy Story 2. Did I see Toy Story 2 in theaters? I feel like I have memories of that. When did Toy Story 2 come out? I did see Toy Story 2 in theaters, and we saw it in like the front row because those are the only seats that were available. And we were like, this is pretty sick. Wow. Let's see. So base sprite texture is equal to create texture base image, I suppose. Something like that, and then we'll need to lock it. Yeah. I think. What's the order? So blit. So whenever we draw to an image, or whenever we draw to, yeah, whenever we draw to an image, we need to lock the texture as well. Let's see. Where do I do this? So we can create an image from the, or we can create a texture from the image without locking it. We just need to make sure to lock it. Okay. So base image lock. Something like that. And then here we'll just need to keep track of the various layers that we're using. So we'll just have the one default layer for now. So create layer is blank, sure. Here. This one we want to get rid of. So let's just do this for now. Let's see. So I guess current layer is something that we'll want. Like var current layer. Node 2D. Doesn't currently exist, but we'll create it. Let me see, where is it? So current layer is equal to create layer is blank, false. So we'll fill it with white, I think. That's tough. Okay. Create layer. I'm thinking. I think this will need to be intentionally duck typed, I guess. So this is just like data, which is equal to null. So if data is not null, then we'll just duck type it. So type of data, match type of data. So that's hard. What do I want to do here? So if I pass in a color, if I pass in a color, or I guess we can use like a super scuffed tuple, I guess. All right, prepare yourself. For the scuff. All right, so data is not empty. So if data, is that what it's called? If not data empty, then we'll do for I in data match type of I. We'll call it D. For D in data, actually would more correctly be called datum, because data is already plural. Match type of D. So all right, we can do like var initial color is equal to color white, right? Is that not what it's called? Color white? Yeah. Ooh? A create layer call. Okay, that's fine. Pass in empty array for now. We'll get back to you. Apologies. I think I need to vacuum. So this would be logger error unrecognized param for layer. So then we'll just string whatever the heck we found. Gotta sneeze again. All right, so if it's type color, that's pretty easy. Initial color. Color is equal to initial. Did I spell this wrong? I did spell this wrong. Initial color is equal to D. Let's see. If it's a vector 2, then it must be the canvas size. So type vector 2, then var canvas size is equal to, we'll just default to, hold on, like default layer stuff. So const default layer color is equal to color white, and const default layer size, or layer canvas size. So there'll be a vector 2, call it 32 by 32. So everything is just configured from the top. So default layer color, initial canvas size, default canvas size, and here initial canvas size is equal to D. Okay. Yeah. And then these need to be implemented here. Is there like a type image? Type image. There is not. So type what other types do we have? Type array. I guess you could have an array in, oh, type raw array. Okay. So this is how I would pass in the raw image data. And then I would just need to build an image from that data once again. Okay. That's okay. So we create from data. Yeah. So create from data, and then I'll have all of this stuff. That's tough. var initial image equals nothing really. So if there is, if I, for whatever reason, passed in an image, then we'll do initial image is equal to image new. Then we'll do initial image creates from data. Oh, hold on. var initial image data full byte array, right? So an initial image data is equal to D. I think these are the only things I'm going to support. Otherwise, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Otherwise, yeah, because what other information would you really need to know about a layer, right? So assuming that we're talking about like a standard painting application, you would have the ability to duplicate a layer. That's pretty good. Create a new layer. And then I guess there's just like the default layer, like the background. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's fine. This covers all those bases. So this is like your color, the canvas size, and then potentially creating a new thingy. Yeah, otherwise, I think this will just be, yeah. I think that's fine. New update for games seen on GitHub. I mean, does it work? I don't know. What's the thing that you're struggling with at this point, or are you just like showing off? So if initial image data is not null, so in this one we have image data, so create an input image for the layer. It shows what errors I got. It's not great practice, but I'll let you do it. Where this is getting hit with an unhandled input. What do you mean? What do you mean? This is getting hit with an unhandled input. What does that mean? That's not an error. This is getting hit by 3 things. Condition true, null pointer. Yeah. Yeah. Null pointer, because it doesn't exist. Because you misspelled add child. That's not how you spelled add child, by the way. Null pointer usually means something doesn't exist. Like you should be getting a different error here, right? This isn't your full thing, I think. Like, does towers? Well, I guess it's not even hitting add child. You should be getting a different error for add child. I guess this error means that it's get node does not exist. Or this node towers does not exist. So you should probably check that out. It's very important when you're programming to be very specific about your spelling. Spelling is very important. You cannot just like, yeah, I mean, if you depend on spell check a lot when you're like writing an essay, you're gonna have a bad time. I almost never use spell check. I don't even use spell check on my phone, actually. It's like, yeah, I'm the adult here. I know what I want to type. I don't need you to tell me. I typed it wrong. But I think if you depend a lot on spell check, you're going to have a bad time when you're programming. So it's just good practice to type things correctly. That's why I kind of like focus in on like your spelling mistakes, right? Because I think that's it's just like second nature, right? You should try to spell everything correctly. Otherwise, you're just going to run into random errors like constantly. Initial image is equal to image new. Now So if initial image data is not null and initial, okay. So we have data, then we want to do like a really quick check for the initial canvas size. If initial canvas size let's see, this'll work. We can always guarantee that there will be a canvas size. So let's just like create something and it'll be undefined behavior if it's wrong. We don't check for initial canvas size, since that should always be provided. If it's not, then I'm not sure what's going to happen. Look at Art in Discord. Art, very active, very active. I see I sent like another stream notification as well, so good job, my bot. What is this? Is that like a spaceship? Not sure what I was looking at. Is it a mouse pointer? That would make sense. Initial image. Create from data. So we'll have initial canvas size, X. Initial canvas size, Y. False. Then the format is going to be RGBA 8, I think. RGBA 8, and then my mouse cursor for my game. See, I guessed it. It took me a little bit. Yeah. Let's see. And then input layer dot input image is equal to initial image. Okay, cool. So if input image is not null, then we'll set the base image to this, or at least we'll copy it, I guess. And then the original will be lost, maybe? Well, I guess we don't need to duplicate. We can just, since we drop this initial image anyway, so it should be somewhere. How do you rate it from 1 to 10? I'll probably give it like a... Hold on, let me take another look at it. I'll give it like a... We'll be generous and call it a 5. I think it's a bit too dark to be a pointer. IMO. Unless your graphics are already really bright. You can make it a bit brighter. I think that would really help. You know, I think the mouse pointer is one of the most important things to have. For sure. So if the mouse pointer is too small, then it's like, or it's not visible enough, it's like, var input canvas size. So this is going to be a vector 2 var input color. Yeah, there's a reason why most mouses, like the default Windows mouse is actually like white with a black outline, so it's always visible no matter what color it's against. So even like against like a white background, like I don't have a white background anymore. But even against a white background, it's still visible. I think the inverted mouse cursor, like on a Mac is actually inverted, so it's a black cursor with a white background. It's always visible no matter what. lots of color whatevers to keep in mind. Alright, so let's see. If input image is not null, then we'll just use that one. Else, we can guarantee that we'll always have an input color. So we'll do base image is equal to image new, then base image create input canvas size X, input canvas size Y, false, and then format is going to be RGBA 8. Yeah, there we go. Never actually null. Never actually null. Okay, so that should be fine. This stuff should be outside of here. Actually, all of these should be outside of here. Yeah, okay. So if there is input data, then we'll do a thing. We'll check for overrides, and at the very end, if there is initial image data, then we'll create a new image and then pass it to the pass it as an input image. Else, we'll always do this, which is layer dot input canvas size is equal to initial canvas size. Layer color is equal to initial color. And so we always are passing defaults for those as well. Look again. I'm busy. All right. I like the developer art. Rogerim is Rogerim is the name of your game, right? I'm assuming. Since you have that displayed pretty prominently. Are you familiar with the rule of thirds? Might want to look into that in terms of like I guess title menu design. It's always nice to have. Is either the rule of thirds or like golden ratio, either one of those for like placement. Do not know that. Yeah, you know what can help you know that? It's a little tool I like to call Google. Everything is within your grasp. All you need to do is open up a web browser and search for it. Alright, so we're creating the first layer. Create layer, and that should just be like the default layer. Right? So if I run this, Alright, so this apparently takes like a very long time. Dummy plugin. So save util doesn't actually have. Man, okay. So okay, I see. So I need these things to wait, basically. I need these things to wait until everything is ready. Otherwise, they're absolutely 100% about to break. So, let me think. If main is not null and not main visible, make me invisible, I dare you. Alright, well, you asked for it. There we go. Mama didn't raise no coward. I'm gonna tell you that. Help. There we go. We'll pass in the real dog. big dog. All right, so let's try this again. So prevents race condition. Prevents race condition. There's a better solution. I think. There we go. So let's try this again. All right, cool. Oh, actually, the texture is still here. That's why. Texture is still here. So inside of main, we can get rid of sprite. We won't do anything with the sprite, but then we'll need to grab the layer stuff inside of setup. So setup is gonna change. And then I guess we'll also need to just do image lock, I suppose. Well, no, because we're not going to be holding onto the image. We're going to be drawing onto the current layers image. So what does setup do? Setup does a lot of the sprite stuff. So, boom, boom. Like, it'll be shift canvas children over since the sprite is intentionally not centered. So this will be just layers in general, right? So layers dot position is equal to vector 2. We always want to reset it at least once. Layers position x is minus equal to layers, what is it called? Layers base sprite get width divided by 2. And then we'll do the same thing for the height. Get height. Oh, thank you very much, unnamed viewer, for the follow. Name looks a bit sus, but I'll accept it. The music is weird, not gonna lie. This one? I actually am not streaming with headphones on. So I'm not even listening to the music. I did write this track though. You can find pretty much everything. It's all in my my description. But a constant banging. I wrote this one. I wrote this one and I performed this one. I played it. Did everything in FL Studio. Oh, actually, this one, a constant banging. Which one is this? No, yeah, I like this one actually. It's not as, I guess, chilled out as the other ones, but that's because it's, I don't know, just all guitar. So when I play guitar, I tend to generally play more aggressive music, as opposed to, I guess, piano and whatever. Alright, so let's see. Blit. I think Blit needs to change. Yeah, because now this needs to be var pixel color is equal to pixel color, some sort of color, is equal to current layer dot, what is it, base image dot get pixel v, and then similarly this will be set pixel v vec pix color blend primary color. And this one is, oh, this is horrible. How am I setting current layer, by the way? Oh no, base sprite. It's called base sprite, right? Base sprite dot texture is equal to the new texture. Yeah, okay. So I think everything should be locked on this side as well. So this is where the lots of confusion starts to pop up. Is that, what am I doing with this transform image? Like I had an idea for it, but I don't remember what. Or I don't remember what I was thinking at the time. Was it like if you were like moving the image, like so you had like a select and move tool, I would actually be selecting and moving the transform. And then I would, okay. If I was doing like a move in place, I would use the transform. Yeah, okay. Let's add a note. Use for moving and placing the image. So this is the main display and draw layer. Yeah. Let's give this a try. Layers, positions. Oh, because I don't have I also need to set the current layer, I suppose. So I did set the current layer. So now the current layer, we'll do layers, add child, current layer. Yeah. What was the error though? This wasn't the error I was getting. So invalid get index base sprite on base node 2D. Oh, because it's not on layers. It's on current layer. So I need to actually move over. Oh geez. Hold on. Cells position is equal to current layer. Oh no. Layers position, maybe? Ooh, get width and base sprites. Oh, it's base sprite texture, sorry. Max brush size. This is in toolbar. So this needs to be changed to max brush size is equal to the max of either n dot current layer dot texture, no, current layer dot base image dot get width, or n dot current layer. I think I need to have a helper function for this, or a wrapper function for this as well. Okay, 3 errors, that's good. Expected data size of 496. All right, so there should not have been any initial image data. Create from image, yeah, it's invalid. Condition data size is equal to 0, yeah. Initial canvas size. So initial image data should have been null. So create layer. This should just be using the defaults. I'm still stuck on the right click BS. I mean, what's the error that you're running into? If I remember correctly, like this just means that this node does not exist, right? So do you have on your map node, it's not doing anything? Well, you know, just keep adding print statements until you get something that does something, right? Or start like adding other stuff. So I'm assuming UI cancel is your right click. You said, I don't know how your code works, right? You're the one who wrote the code. I don't even know what your input maps are set to, because UI cancel and UI accept are not set by default to mouse left, mouse right, right? So I'm just assuming, right? You should actually be impressed I actually knew what you're talking about. Considering that you have not set these are not the default inputs. The default input for UI cancel and UI accept are escape and enter. UI cancel is right clicking. Yes, I figured that it was, right? So just take off build mode and see if it works. Take off, I suspect it's build mode that's doing something. So if you can take off build mode and it works, then you know that the problem is with build mode, right? So you just delete this entire line, or not this entire line, but these, you know, that check. Chorus escape works. Okay, so there's a control node that's eating your mouse input, right? You have a control node that's eating your mouse input. All right. So initial image data. Oh, geez. Okay. How'd this happen? Boom, boom. If not data empty. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, so by the way, when you're trying to debug like mouse clicking not working, what I would do is at line, or after line 21, just put like a print event, and then just see if you can get print events for like whatever the event you're looking for, right? So if you do like print, you can look for it, right? If you print event.scan code, it will give you the raw scan code, and then there's a way to convert that to like a human readable string, if you will, text. There's other ways of doing it, of course, but I don't know. If you don't need to like consume input at any of your controls, you're better off just ignoring all the input by default. So you can see here that for background, I set the filter to ignore. Viewport container, I set filter to ignore. And then I only want to consume input on main. So that's how my thing is set up. Alright, so we'll do this. Huh. Invalid set index color. Oh, it's not called color. It's called an input color. Yeah, input color. I just found it. Nice. Okay. So image paint. Hold on. So this didn't even give me a proper color, by the way. Let me see. So what's even in this viewport? I seem to have a lot of garbage. So there's layers. There's the current layer with a base sprite. There is no image. Wait a minute. No, that's correct. There is a texture. This has no texture. This has a base sprite and a base image. My right button input was in UI select and need to be in UI cancel. Oh baby. Gotta love it when it's a dumb mistake, like a simple mistake, I should say. A simple mistake like that. Yeah. You gotta be very, very specific with what you're doing when you're programming. Because the computer never lies. The computer will never lie to you. For better or worse. So where is it? Where is this layer? It's around here somewhere. I don't see it though. And then if I click this, then we're gonna... oh, it's because of image, right. Okay, so we need to blit with, we need to blit correctly now. So boom, 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 blit. This will be current layer, base, image, send it. Now we're just getting a bunch of errors, that's good. Create from image, invalid image, sure. Oh, right. So this will be current layer base image. Current layer base image. Where is it? So text create from image. This thing 0. Ah. Oh, text. Now the placing error. Well, you know, here's the secret forgotten is that the debugging process doesn't change. It's the same thing over and over again, right? Is that especially when you're doing something at the very simple stage, it's going to be the same errors over and over. Is that you probably like mistyped something, or you just forgot to put or you're calling the wrong function in the wrong place, or you got something mixed up. So all you need to do, it's really easy, just add print statements. Just add print statements and make sure that the value is the value that you are expecting. And so do you know how to use like breakpoints? Breakpoints are also a great choice. They're not as good if you need to debug like position data, but if you're just looking to see if like clicking on something works, all you need to do is add breakpoint. Yeah, so this is how you use a breakpoint. So in the gutter, right next to the line number, you can click on it. It'll give you a red square, right? Give you a red square. Then, once you press play, you click somewhere, boom. It'll bring you out of it, straight to this line, and now you can look at everything in the scene, and then check the values manually like that. All right, so I can see that I have a position, that's where I clicked, presumably. I have a blit value that I can then click on, look at this stuff, and then just check the data, right? Because that's pretty much what programming is just checking the data to see if it's correct, right? Like Godot does all of the, showing stuff on screen for you. So you don't even need to like worry about shaders or whatnot, which is something completely different. So using a combination of just printing stuff and then using breakpoints, you can pretty much solve any problem. Just check to see, is the data what I'm expecting? This data might be what I'm expecting. I'm not actually sure, but if I'm not getting any errors, I'll call it a win. Like this looks more or less correct, I guess. Ooh, we're breaking. Is it frozen? Or is it just eating my input? Oh, it's 100% eating my input. That's weird. That's very strange. I've never had that happen before. Weird. But also, it's not drawing the correct background. Is the word orphan a bad thing to see? Yeah, it's usually it usually means that you have a memory leak. So you might have heard of memory leaks from like other applications, right? Memory leak means that your program will crash eventually because it means you have data that you did not kill correctly, or you did not free correctly. Killing it, freeing it, that's like the same thing. So you'll want to track down if there are any nodes that you created, but you did not free afterwards, or you did not call queue free. So if you're probably creating a node and then just not adding it to the scene tree. So if you add a node to the scene tree, you don't need to worry about freeing it afterwards. Whereas you can see here, this blit object is actually just an object. So it means it's manually managed, which means I have to free it afterwards, like here, right? So we have blit objects, and then afterwards, when I'm done using it, I free it, right? If I didn't free it, I would have an orphaned object, which means it's just kind of hanging out and doing nothing, but eventually causing my program to run out of memory. And then depending on how big your computer is, Maybe sooner rather than later, I don't know. Let's see. Input color. Is this not using my color when it's creating the... Oh, it's this. It's this. Base, image, fill, input color. So there will always be an input color. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. It seems to be a little offset, I think. I'm not sure actually. Give me another try, coach. Yeah, well, I think it's correct. It's just I don't know. I don't know. That's correct. Ooh, that's not correct. I think it's actually a little offset. Yeah, it's... Yeah. So we go from the side. Oh, yeah, it's offset by about half. Huh. How does that work? So I think when I'm positioning them, I must be... It's this part here. So layers. Or actually, no, this should be the... I shouldn't move layers at all. I should be moving the current layer. No, I should be moving the layers as a whole. I think. It's offset? Yeah, I figured. That's why, you don't need to tell me. I've already diagnosed the problem. I'm trying to figure out where my calculation is off though. So I thought this is correct. It might not be. Or is it because the position I'm setting it to... Or, yeah, hold on. So I set this to 32, 32, but is this actually... Is it 0 indexed and that's why it's like kind of messed up? No. No. Oh? What the heck? What? No, that's weird, for sure. Sprite texture get width divided by 2, which is okay. Like you're allowed to do, or I don't know, like what does get width do? Texture. These give you integers, so I actually need to convert these to floats because your position can actually be a float if you want. So I think I should do this first. So convert it to a float and then divide it by 2. This doesn't really help me all that much, but it's nice to know. One thing is both of the verify and build and unhandled input opponent my mortar tower. So what does that mean? They're not... I guess they are pointing at your mortar tower. That's fine. That doesn't sound correct to me, but... Shouldn't your... What do you mean it's pointing at your... What do you mean it's pointing at your mortar tower? Yeah. That doesn't make sense to me. From a quick glance, it doesn't sound like they should be pointing at your mortar tower. The path? Which path? The build type? The new tower? Is that what you're saying? Or the what's the path? I still don't understand. Gonna need more context because path means something very specific in Godot terms. The path? So like the file path. So you're talking about this file path is pointing at your mortar tower? Okay, what does that have to do with anything though? I guess. But yeah, that shouldn't have anything to do with inputs. Are you talking about your exclude path? Like the actual tile map path? Yeah, I know. I figured new tower was talking about your mortar tower, right? But I don't see how that has anything to do with being unable to, you know, right click. I'm still a little bit lost there. This is offset by about half. Why is it offset by half? Oh, it's because this is... I mistyped this. I mistyped it as an X. Alright. He's done it. I have 2 towers. Yes. Alright, now this is correct. Neat. No, it's not. Ooh. It's very, very, very slightly offset. Oh no. So going up and down, it's fine. But going left and right, it's not. Why is that? Am I doing something weird? So the XY offset is very slightly messed up. Now, why is that? These should be the same value. Yeah. Mortar. It's pronounced, spelled mortar, not mortar. Mortar. It's pronounced mortar, but it's actually spelled mortar. Tower, by the way. In the same way that sergeant is actually spelled sergeant. It's not sergeant. It's not sergeant. That's wrong. It's actually sergeant. You know, it's not mortar. It's mortar. Anyways. Spelling is important, kids. Learn how to spell. Alright. Why is my positioning just slightly off? I'm thinking it's because of this, because this is not a one-to-one value. This might be taking 0 as an index. Oh, it's not. Boop. Interesting. So we boop like this. Boop. Boop. Oh, it's ultra offset. That is so weird. Let's see. Cells to local viewport, get mouse position. Now, like, I am drawing to the thing correctly. That's for sure. Is it just because of, like, this? So this should be 32, 32. No, that's still incorrect. So left and... Oh, this is still, like, ultra, like, jank. Oh, and this is getting super choppy now as well. Or no, it's not super choppy. It's actually, like, moving on a pixel basis, which is kind of neat. But I think, like, the closer and closer it gets, the... Oh, there's some sort of weird offsetting going on when I scale up the canvas. That's weird. I don't like that. I don't like that. So if I just create a new one... Oh, ran into an error. Non-existent function unlock in base nil. That's fair. So let's see. Run this. Give me a new thing. Accept. All right. On image loaded. So here we need to mess with the current layer. So this will be, it's like for layers in layer, I guess. Yeah, this will need to be like for layer in layers, we'll want to basically like layer queue free, right? And then we'll do we should do one current layer just to be safe. Current layer is equal to null. The debugger is saying attempt to call function add child and base null instance on a null instance. Yeah. So that means that, or it's not, the debugger isn't saying that to you, by the way. It's the error code is saying that to you. But usually when you run into an error, right? So if I can demonstrate using the little error stopper thingy. So if I click on new, accept, right? This isn't really, I guess this is a debugger. You're not using a breakpoint, but you're using a debugger. Yeah, so you see like non-existent function, whatever. So now you have the ability right now, you want to use this column here on the right, and then see like, okay, it's saying that, you know, non-existent function unlock on base nil, where nil means null, basically. And so I look at my image, I see I'm calling unlock. I look through the variables, I see that image is null. Okay, that's my error, is that image is null. Yeah, I mean it's the debugging process does not change from piece of code to piece of code, right? Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, right? I know what you're saying. So what you need to do, I'm explaining it to you, please listen, is that you need to go through, look at the line, you presumably have a line that's called add child, so you need to see, what are you calling add child on? And then look through these variables, and then also, it also freezes your scene tree here, so you want to switch to remote, and look to see, do the nodes exist that I expect to exist, right? Because that error says attempt to call function add child in base null instance on a null instance. So you have two nulls somewhere. So two things do not exist even though you think they exist. So you need to find out which things don't exist, right? So for me, you can imagine that this says attempt to call function unlock on base null instance. So this is my null instance. I can see that it's null here for sure. And that's my error, is that it's null. Now, problem solving, step 2, figure out how do I get this to not be null, right? That's the problem solving thing. It's the same steps over and over again, right? Look at the error, figure out what the error is trying to tell you. Look at all the information given to you, and figure out how to, you know, make it correct. So if it's null and you're not expecting it to be null, then fix it. Assign a value to it at some point. You know, there's not some magic step that you're missing. It's always going to be logical. You know, A leads to B, which leads to C. Always, always, always. So, let's see. So current layer, destroy this. Then we do current layer is equal to. We'll create a new layer with data. I get as data. No, get data. Get data. I think I don't need to do this. I think I don't need to do this. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll do layers, remove child, current layer, sure. Then we'll null, wait. That's not true. I think this is okay. We just queue free everything and then we reset current layer to a thing. Layers, add child, current layer. I think this is all we need. Yeah. Then that should take care of all the setup for me. So hit it with a new, accept. Unable to iterate on object of type object. That makes sense. So this is get children. I want to shoot something. Sounds like you have a lot of unchecked anger. I would, you know, have you considered investing in a stress ball? Perhaps doing some push-ups? Because I found the issue. Nice. Excellent news. Hold on. There's a heart for you. It's so offset though, I hate this. Why is it so offset? It was not having a node named Towers? Yeah, there we go. I figured. That's usually what instance not found means. Yeah, so you'll just get used to seeing those kind of errors, and then you'll just kind of, you'll build that intuition, right? So for now, you'll be, you know, every error will be new to you. It's just like a, you know, it's like a baby, right? Babies are amazed at everything, you know, because everything's new. But now, once you start growing older, it's like, yeah, you know, I've eaten bread before. It's kind of a snoozer. But when you're a baby, you're like, wow, this is amazing. I've never had it before. And the same way with programming, you know, you'll be run into an error, be like, I've never seen this error before. What could it mean? But, you know, I can assure you that everything that you're doing right now, we've all seen it before, right? And because we've all seen it before, you know, it's usually just a simple solution. Especially, yeah, yeah, that's pretty much all. They're all, that's all there is to it. If you're using the engine for what it was made to be used for, most errors are pretty self-explanatory. I think once you start getting into like, you know, GD native and like Rust and stuff, C++, that's when the errors stop making as much sense. It's basically, you know, like, good luck, God be with you, etc., etc. I hope you have your affairs in order. Because there's no going back from this. You know, which is why, like, I'm always, like, surprised when, you know, you'll have, like, a, you know, clearly, like, it's a new programmer, like, some sort of, like, middle school or something. They're like, oh, I don't want to use a game engine, even though I don't know how to program. I want to, you know, I want to write a game using, like, SDL2 and C++ directly, because that's how my favorite game did it. And it's like, you know, you're about to have a very bad time. Like, I guess, like, if you think that you're smarter than, you know, someone who programs for a living, you know, good luck. Maybe you are, but, you know, I'll take that chance. Yeah, it works. Heck yes. Nice. Sick. I'm still trying to figure out why my thing doesn't work. Or is it because of this? I don't actually need to divide it by 2. I mean, I'm pretty sure I do need to divide it by 2, but... No, this is still like ultra offset. Yeah. Or it's not ultra offset, but it's just, it's offset just enough to bother me. Huh. So this is correct. The position does need to be like this, but the cell, like the individual like cell positions are slightly off. Is it because of this layer thing here? Are these not actually centered at 0? Am I dumb? It's a very high chance of me being just a big dummy. You'll find it at one point or another. Of course. Part 5 of the tutorial. Yeah, I think if you're just trying to follow a tutorial, I would highly recommend looking at GD Quest instead, but that's just me. Because they have some good stuff. I've followed some of their tutorials before, so they have some good stuff. And also, unlike these other ones, and I believe they have YouTube videos for these as well. If you're into watching stuff. Yeah, do they have a YouTube? Yeah. Yeah, they have tutorials for this. Yeah. Hundreds of free tutorials with code included, by the way. So this is what I would recommend in the future, but you know, because I always see that like lots of beginners like the YouTube ones, but they don't ever provide any code. So that's always like super hard. Because I think when you're a beginner, the biggest mistake most beginners make is that they just forget to type something. Watching Game Development Center, your streams on YouTube as well. Yeah, well, yeah, I looked at their thing, right? I took a little peek at the video. It only had 5,000 views. But the main gripe with them is that they don't provide code. So that makes it hard to get other people to help you, right? Because if other people can help you, they can look at what you're supposed to be doing, right? It's the code part. It's not the video part, it's the fact that he doesn't provide code, right? I need to be able to see it. If I can't see it, then I can't help you, right? So like, if you're confident in your own abilities, then sure, you know, you don't need to provide code, but if you want other people to help you, you need to, you know, have some sort of reference. I need to have some sort of reference. Because of course you can't just ask me a question and just expect me to know everything about it. I think it's already pretty impressive I was able to help you figure out your problem with pretty much no background whatsoever. That's pretty good. I think jump into other programmer streams and ask them the same questions you did me. I don't think you'll get the same level of answer. Let's see. This is just shifting stuff over. Maybe I just need to shift these. Maybe I should be shifting the sprite over instead of the, or maybe I should be shifting the current. No, it needs to. I need to shift every single layer over. So I should be shifting the layer. Is the layer not centered at 0? It is. Is the canvas not centered at 0? It is. Sprite is still centered at 0. All right, let's move all of this onto a branch, I guess. So git check out branch. Call it feature layers. So get status. Refactor to use layers. And so we'll push this. We'll merge it later, I guess. Push feature layers. Push you, push, git push you origin feature layers. There we go. Yeah. So let me see. Maybe this has always been broken. That's what I want to see right now. So git checkout. Original reload. Run me. Send me. Give me something new. Has this always been broken? Oh, it's always been broken. Okay. It's always been broken. Interesting. Interesting. Was it always broken with this one as well? No. Oh. Oh. Only when I load in a new thing is it broken. Okay, so I'm doing something wrong then. Or whenever I create a new sprite, is it broken? Very interesting. Very interesting. Git checkout feature, bring me back. Git restore add-ons, bring me back. Send me. So if we load in, some stuff, maybe I should do tutorials. I know how to the strat, of course. It's the standard like professional services strat that lots of people do, which is to say it's like you're not actually creating something from scratch. You made the project before, and then usually on another monitor you just like you have like a script typed up and then you're just copying code more or less. So you never have to do anything, you know, from scratch. So it's really, really easy. And you'll never make any mistakes. And then like if people don't know any better, to be like, wow, this guy's great. This guy's amazing. How does he do it? You know? I can do that. That's what I do for work. Just impressing total idiots all day long. And then eventually get grilled by the people who actually know what's going on. Let's see. Send it. Really? 64 errors as well? Create from image, invalid image. That makes sense. I don't know why I tried to do it 64 times. Or try to do it a lot. What is the call stack? Or did it try to create... Oh, no. Ah, I see. Okay. No, wait, no, I still don't get it. Is there a way for me to get the size of the image from here? So is there like a size? Get size. Yeah. One of these. So this might work. Nice. And then I'm able to draw to this pixel perfects. No. So this one is still slightly offset as well. So it's whenever I dynamically generate an image, it's always a little offset. And of course, yeah, this is gonna break. Huh. Okay. That's good intel though. That's good intel. So it's always a little offset unless I am... Huh. It's always a little offset. I'm thinking. I think I am a little too tired. I think that's probably it. But yeah, I mean, luckily I have technically today off. But yeah, I will be live probably today, later on today, aka tomorrow, whatever you want to call it. Working on this again. I think I'm making a lot of good progress. Let me fix up everything. Fix up. Git rebase interactive. Do fix up. Push force. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'll be live today from like, I don't know, whenever. I'm not usually scheduled to stream today, but I feel like I'm really close on getting something that's really cool out. That's also like surprisingly performant. So yeah, give the channel a follow. I don't know. Here are links. There's the Discord, there's the GitHub. I'm not gonna unmax the redeem water. I think previously people just used to, there were some people that would just come in, lurk, and then just redeem a bunch of, waters. I don't need to drink any more water. That's what the alcohol is for. But yeah, take it easy, I guess. Later.